welcome back to the Eleiko British Classic. We're here at Nottingham Strong. We are on day 3. This is the second session of the day. We have two classes in this group. We have the 83 kilo lifters and the 105s. Now, because of the size of the flights, we have some 105s in with the 83s to start off with, and then we'll go through in flight B to the 105s. So this is the 83s and a few of the 105s. This is going to be flight A. So flight A will all come out and do their squats, and then flight B will all come out and do their squats, and then flight A will bench. So very recognizable name right at the top there. We have Jurins Kengamu. He is qualifying total as 800. He is the British record holder, and he's a very familiar face from international competition. We've also got the 105 kilo class in flight B. Now the big news here is that Mo Abdul Suleiman is not going to be competing. He's been called up to Sheffield next weekend, and you can't blame him for prioritising that competition. So he's got dispensation to miss the British this year, which gives Ben Pape a phenomenal opportunity. But he's not going to have it all his own way. We've got some big deadlifters there. Sanchez Dillon is looking to put up a big deadlift. So we've still got some exciting lifting to come, even without Mo. So we're going to be getting underway in about 1 minute. So we will cut to the lifting very shortly. Welcome back. We are underway at the British Classic. We have Sunil Chappell on the platform right now with 185 on his back. And he's made short work of that. A really nice opening squat. So this is the 83 kilo class. We have all of the 83s and some of the 105s in this class. And I'm joined a little belatedly by Nathan Givau.
Good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing today?
I think we have had a phenomenal competition so far. So Gurney Gruel is on the platform right now, 205 kilos for his opener.
Now this is actually only 12.5 kilos under his previous personal best in comp at the Super Training Classic, obviously back in December.
So his training must be going well to be opening so high. Taking his time there to make the squat.
That's nice and strong.
Yeah. So next out we have Tobias Rogers for 215. So Nathan, you're not lifting today?
I am not. Essentially, my next competition will likely be junior national. Not likely, will be junior nationals.
Junior nationals, okay.
Oh, yeah.
It's a little bit close to be doing both this year, isn't it?
It is. Tobias looking nice and strong there as well. And that's 3 white lights for Tobias.
So as we watch that back on the replay, the squat must go down far enough so the hip drops below the level of the top of the knee. Going to parallel is not good enough, you have to break through. Next out, it's Carl Barnett for 217.5.
Now, Carl must have made a bit of improvement since his last comp, because only in November he squatted 217.5, and I believe that was also his personal best. So opening on
your PB,
yeah,
confident.
Must be.
Well, the boys have a lot to live up to today. The girls absolutely smashed it out of the park this morning.
I was watching on the stream, but looked amazing.
That's a nice opening squat there for Carl.
Very solid for a match of a PB squat, to be honest. Wonder what the ceiling is today.
Next out, it's Cameron Gray. 225 for his opening squat. Coached there today by Eric Marta.
Now this is the first lifter in the 105s, also lifting with the 83s in this flight, bit of a mix-up.
Yeah, the maximum you're allowed is 14 lifters in a flight, so there were more than 14 105s, so we had to put a few somewhere else. But oddly, we have this situation where we didn't have many 83s, so...
Nice solid squat from Cameron there.
Next out, it's Isaac Leatherland for the same weight, 225.
Now this will only be 7.5 kilos off of his previous best that he hit in February. So maybe going for few kilos on top of that. I guess generally lifters tend to see about a 10 kilo jump between lifters openers and second attempts, 10 to 15.
Slides up as we go up through the weight classes. A little bit of wobble as he came up there. Next out is Josh Roberts. He's another 105. So mainly 105s left. Except we know we haven't seen Jurins yet.
I believe 3 83s to come.
So yeah, we have some 83s there lifting more than the 105s. Jurins doing Jurins things. But here's Josh Roberts for 232.5.
Really does just show the quality of the lifters we have at this competition. That's a nice attempt from Josh. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights there as well. It's a solid entry to the flight, isn't it? Everyone getting decent squats in. I don't even believe we've seen a red light yet. Not
Oh,
too
don't
sure.
jinx it.
Yeah.
Don't jinx it.
You are very right.
With the standard of lifting we saw in the women's was incredible. There was very few technical fails. It was absolutely brilliant lifting.
I only caught the end, but really the deadlifts, amazing finish to the flight.
This is Joe Crilly in the 105s. He's opening with 240. Nathan, this is your class. I don't mean the 105s. I mean the 83s. So you must know most of these guys pretty well.
Yeah, to be honest. That's a good lift from Joe. Yeah, so when it comes to the 83s, I mean, generally all these boys I've been on the same platform as one time or another, and it'll be very interesting to see what they all managed to put up today, to be honest.
You wish you were on the platform with them today?
Well, I mean, can never complain about a few extra weeks of building, so I'll take whatever I can get. Now here's Hamza Bam with his first squat of 242.5 kilos. Lots of support in the room for Hamza. With Hamza being a lifter out the Midlands, I imagine he's got quite a few boys in the room right now. Hamza having come second at the University World Championships this summer. That's a great lift from Hamza.
Next out we have Lewis Kay. We are back up to the 105s. He's a Scottish lifter in his first British Championships.
Now, during my stalk of all the lifters, I actually discovered that Lewis Kay has a beautiful singing voice, so if anyone's interested,
oh really?
on the Instagram. Now, Lewis's personal best previously, I believe, being 260. This isn't too far off already.
Yeah, he did 260 last summer at the Scottish Classic. Nice.
It's a great attempt.
I think we'll see him do a little bit more today based on that.
A nice solid opener. Now down to the last two lifters of the flight. Luke Wilson up next, followed by Durance. Now I actually lifted at Euros alongside Luke, to be fair. He had a good competition, very good competition.
Current best is 272.5 and he's opening today at 260.
Luke, who is coached by Jason Cortman, junior head coach for British powerlifting.
This is a big flight. We're still on the opening squats.
Luke always wants to bring the intensity.
Not super fast, but it certainly looked strong.
Yeah, slight stick in the middle. I guess we'll see how he goes up from here. And next out, we have the man that many people have come in to see today, Durance, with 280 kilos on the bar.
He is the current European champion. He took the silver medal out in South Africa, Worlds last year. British record holder in squat. Probably more than squat actually, but he's certainly got the squat record at 300.
We're hoping to see great things from Durance today, having put up a huge 820 kilos training total recently on an SBD day.
Now the graphic is misleading you slightly. This is not Luke Wilson, this is Durance, and he's got 280 on the bar. So I think we've just got a little bit of a holdover on the graphics there.
That's a nice solid walkout from Durance. And it's easy.
Yeah, lovely.
How far will he push it today?
I'm hoping we'll see a record attempt. I hope so.
Definitely hope so.
Do you think if he isn't pushed, he might just coast?
To be honest, I don't think he will. I think Durance really will want to make a statement today. Obviously, where Durance, Christian, and probably Tony Cliff being the strongest lifters who will be showing up at this competition, sure. I do believe that Durance will really be gunning for that top lifter spot.
See, whenever Tony Cliff has done this competition, he's won every time, even when he's had to bust out a massive deadlift PB to beat someone by half a point. So I'm not going to bet against Tony Cliff for the best lifter award.
Here is Sunil with 200.
And that didn't look any slower to me than his opener. Stream has just lagged a little bit. There we go, we're going again. And we have Gurney Gruel for 215 next.
Now again, this is only 2.5 kilos under his personal best of 217.5 kilos that he hit at the Christmas Classic Super Training. So it's looking good so far. Let's see how he manages with this squat attempt.
We saw this last time. He likes to take his time, make sure he's setting up exactly right, maximises his time on the platform. It was very controlled, very careful into the hole, a little bit slow up.
Central referee saw something they didn't like.
It was a red card. Underneath, if you see on the live stream, underneath the red light for a failure, you get little coloured lights that give you the reason for the failure. On squat, the red card is always for depth. But it looks very different, especially with long femur lifters. From the front, this squat looks very different from the sides.
Very, very true.
Carl Barnett now, 220. Now he's only gone up 2.5.
He has. It must have been something they didn't quite like with the last attempt.
Or maybe he didn't get it in quick enough.
That is also very
if
true.
You don't, we do time the attempts going in. You have 60 seconds. If you don't get it in that time, you will be given a 2.5 kilo increment, which I wonder if that's what's happened here. Because he looks like he's got more in him. Tobias Rogers now for 225. Yeah, I've seen interesting Carl Barnett shoving 227.5. He's gone up 7.5. So either something felt really out of whack on his opener, like you say, or he didn't get his attempt in time last time. It went in pretty quickly this time, though, so maybe that was it.
Tobias Rogers up again.
A little bit of effort to bring it up, but nothing too serious.
Agreed. Slight shift in the middle, but otherwise, all good.
Centre ref not happy with the depth again. But 2-1 is good enough. Next out, it's Isaac Leatherland in the 105s for 235 kilos.
Now this will actually be a 2.5 kilo personal best on Isaac's previous lifts. And that was only in February, so maybe Isaac was sandbagging slightly at that competition, going a bit easier than he actually could.
Yeah, we have so much information available to us now, but the score sheet doesn't always tell the whole story. Now I wonder if that centre referee has got the red button stuck down, because that's 3 in a row that they've given a red.
They're not liking a lot of what they're seeing today.
No. Yeah, the score sheet, we look at people's results, but we don't know if they're coming back from injury, or they've changed their coach, or there's other things happening with their training. Here's Cameron Gray, 240.
This as well being a 2.5 kilo personal best for Cameron. And it's a lovely attempt. Nice and solid. The travel down from Scotland clearly didn't faze him too much.
Scottish powerlifting is having a phenomenal day today. They took 1, 2, 3 in the women's 69s today. Next out is Josh Roberts for 242.5. Lifter from the Southwest Division. We've just seen that Durance has put in 3:03 for his second attempt. He's not even bothered about chipping his own record. He's not bothered about waiting for the third attempt. He's going straight for the jugular.
Durance is going in big today, that's for sure.
Good lift there for Josh Roberts. And we've got Joe Crilly coming out next for 247.5.
Solid walkout from Joe. He really dunked that one.
Deep, yeah. Maybe he went a bit deeper than he intended to there. Of course, it always makes it a little bit harder to come up, doesn't it?
Possibly trying to please the centre ref. And now Hamza out with 255 kilos on the bar.
And that's already a massive squat for an 83.
It is. And only 2.5 kilos off of his personal best. Support in the room here for Hamza.
So much control into the bottom of the squat.
Steady and solid for Hamza.
1 red for depth. We do have a jury operating here today. At this level, the jury can overturn any 2-1 decision. We've seen it a couple of times today.
Lewis out with a squat that equals his previous personal best. And it's a great attempt. Looking to blast past the PBs today. It does seem that a lot of the 105 lifters who hit 680 on the nose in their previous competition seem to be doing quite well in terms of going over their previous personal best. I wonder if maybe that's just a slight bump on the qualifying total for 105.
I was wondering if that was related to the qualifying totals. This should be Luke, but I can't see him in the wings. Oh, here he comes.
Luke rallying up support from the crowd here. With a squat that would equal his previous personal best.
He is so slow out of the bottom of that
Really
squat.
is. Almost slightly paused it there, but he got it up. That's what matters. 2-1. And next up, Durins.
Here he goes. Effective performance, but he has seemed so relaxed today.
303 kilos on the bar. And if he gets this, I can only imagine what the third attempt is going to be. Really, Durins is currently rivaling the absolute best 83s in the world. Forget the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Here he comes. Looking as relaxed as if he's just gone into the kitchen to get himself a drink.
Now I know Durins can squat well over this. So I just want to see how quick it moves, really. And as expected, moves like an opener. And that's a new British record squat.
Absolutely unbelievable. He paused it even.
What's he going to put in for the third?
Do you know, I would have thought he would have done 300.5 for that one, and he went 303, so I couldn't even begin to predict.
320x on the bar, who knows?
Well, the European record, in fact, is that the world record?
He's entered 310.5 kilos.
310.5.
Now, 0.5 of a kilo being added onto the lift is essentially Durins taking a record attempt. You can only add 0.5 onto a lift, onto a round number of lift, that is, when it is a record attempt.
Now, you'd often do that strategically to try and take a chip into your total, but I can't see Durins being challenged today. I can't see him needing a chip.
Just here to show off, really.
So we have Sunil Chappell on the platform for 215. Got Jazz Singh in his corner, in good hands.
It's a good attempt.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that for my third squat.
3 white lights from the referees.
Gurney Gruel now. He took 215 for his second. This is 220.
Now this would be a 2.5 kilo personal best. He's grinding it.
Do you know, I thought that was going to keep going, but he just hit a barrier and couldn't get it moving again.
The sticking point was a bit too sticky today.
Next out, it's Carl Barnett. Looking for 227.5, 500 pounds.
This is a whole 10 kilos over his previous personal best. And that was only in November, so some quick gains being made here. Obviously, we did see his previous attempt seemingly only got 2.5 kilos potentially, as Joe said, because of the possible lack of entry of an attempt change. The bar is slightly bent on his back, but let's see how he handles it. He's grinding, he's pushed through that. Let's see what the refs say.
Yeah, there was it was really off centre, wasn't it?
Ooh.
No, he's got blue cards, which is for, well, it could be soft lockout or downward movement of the bar, so I think...
And with the way that squat moved, I would say it would probably have been
I mean, it's slightly harsh, because the whole bar needs to dip.
It is very true.
But at any rate, 2 to 1, it's no lift. So, Tobias Rogers, 235.
Now 10 kilo jump from his previous attempt, and also a 5 kilo personal best for Tobias here.
Again, I thought it was going, but he hit a barrier, hit the sticking point, and could not push through.
He did drop into that quite quickly. Maybe, I don't quite remember how his last attempts moved, but a slight change of technique possibly.
Yeah, I think he lost tightness, couldn't get any force production going. Next out, Isaac Leatherland in the 105s, looking for 240. Hopefully he can break the curse of the third squat. Sea of green for the first and second attempts, but we're not doing too well on the third attempts.
He wobbles, but he's pushing and he's got it.
You know, I think the very careful technique really helped him there. It enabled him to keep his position and just keep driving.
Unfortunately, though, it is 2 to 1.
Ah, there's no depth.
It did
That's
look
a real
slightly high
shame.
on the stream, so.
I've stopped trying to judge depth from that front camera because it's so low and looking upwards,
It's
everything
true.
looks high.
It is a difficult angle to tell.
Josh Roberts now, 250. Just looking for someone to get their third squat in at this point.
2.5 kilo personal best for Josh. Again, from his 680 comp in November, so I wonder whether this is going to be a relatively easy attempt. It'll be interesting to see. And he does hit a stick, but it looks good to me.
He got a great stretch reflex, but then had to just put a load of effort in to move it through the mid part of the squat.
Blue White Lights, it's a good lift.
And we broke the curse of the third squat. Fantastic.
Hopefully only greens from here.
Cameron Gray now, 250.
Now coming out with 250 kilos, which is a whole 12.5 kilos over his previous personal best. Another one of the 105s who had previously hit 680. Let's see how he handles it. And it looks good.
Well, two of the referees agree. 2 to 1, a good lift. Joe Crilly now for 255. So we're nearing the end of the third round of squats for the first flight, and we'll move into the second flight straight away, which is all the rest of the 105s. That is a very deep squat there.
He did just tip forward over there.
Yeah, I think maybe it's rarely good advice to cut your squats, but I think he could do with being just a little bit higher. Yeah. I think he's losing a lot in the bottom there.
I think sometimes it can be difficult to regulate the foot pressure when you have all the weight on your back, and so sometimes with the weight maybe falling into your toes a little bit more, it does tend to tip you forward, and that possibly looks like what happened there. But next up, Hamza Bam for his third attempt. A personal best of 2.5 kilos for Hamza, and he looks confident. He looks good.
Yeah.
Support in the room is undeniable. The bar settles.
That was a really good attempt.
Just too much today, unfortunately.
Lewis Kay is out next. He's our last 105 in this flight. And then we've got a couple of 83s who are duking it out at the front.
Now with Hamza missing that lift, it possibly opens up a battle for second place with Luke Wilson. But for now, Lewis Kay obviously with 270 kilos on the bar.
You're right, projected totals are going to be close with those two. Well, it's what we want. We want battles. If we can't have a battle for first place, at least we can have a battle for second.
Always got to love the battles.
So here's Lewis Kay for 270.
He's fighting it.
Oh, really? That's a really high sticking point.
It did look like he had gone through it, but just pulled back a tiny, tiny bit. Now 277.5 kilos on the bar for Luke. Now this will put him 22 kilos ahead of Hamza out of the squats, but Hamza does have the bigger bench, and the deadlifts are relatively even, so we will have to wait and see.
So here comes Luke. He's really going to need these 5 kilos if he's going to stay ahead or he's going to get ahead.
There he is. He is calling for the support of the crowd. He walks out solidly. It looked easier than the last attempt.
It really did. Not deep enough
2 to 1,
though.
unfortunately.
That's a real shame. So that gives him a best of 272.5 against Hamza's 255. So I think, as you say, after the subtotal, I think these two are going to be really evenly matched.
Definitely. Now Hamza does have, oh, before I start talking about battles, Durin's, here he is with 310.5 kilos loaded on the bar.
The British record squat in this class was 300 kilos less than half an hour ago. He looks so comfortable with his second.
And I'm sure this third's going to look just as comfortable. The crowd is up. The room is here for Durin's.
It's what we're here for.
He stalks the bar, he knows this is his lift.
.310.5.
30 seconds.
And he's up, and he's up.
There is no limit on his squat.
And that's the start of the day. Where's he going to take it?
Absolutely brilliant. That's 10 kilos off the world record. I would love to see him go for that in Malta.
Durin's ready to put the world on notice today.
So we go straight into the second flight now, and the second flight is all 105s.
Now with this second flight, we have had a recent pullout from possibly the top nomination, Abdulmojid Suleiman. Now, for those who don't know, Mo has pulled out today because he was actually invited to a certain little meet.
Yeah, we did a little preview just before you got here. We talked about Mo.
That is fair enough.
But it absolutely made up for him to be going to Sheffield. I think it's a great selection. I think it will really improve the competition.
Mo is a great showman. I know. I can't wait to see it.
So Jourdain Jones with 225. So everyone that's coming out in this flight is going to be a 105.
Absolutely towering over everyone else. He is very tall.
Won the rack height competition today, I think.
Actually weighing in light in the class as well at 102.5 kilos. And easy as you like.
That was very easy. That bar had a long way to go. Next out is Peter Evans, relatively new lifter in his first British Championship. He's going to open his squat with 235.
I'm not too sure what's happened there.
What?
I believe he may have entered the wrong
Came
side.
from the wrong side. Okay, now he's looking remarkably relaxed for someone with 20 seconds on the clock.
Now that timer on the right side you see there is how long a lifter has to essentially get the start command from the referee before they, what is called time out of the lift, and are not able to take the attempt.
He has nerves of steel. Not a care in the world with 4 seconds on the clock. Great opener. Next out is Tom Parker with 2:42.5.
Now this is the same weight he opened on at his previous competition, where he ended up finishing on 267.5. So let's see where he goes today.
Looks easy.
He's actually weighed in lighter today than he did back at his last competition in November. At only about 99 kilos.
So here's Mark Shaw. Shaw?
We'll have to ask him.
We'll try and grab him in the break, make sure we're not butchering his name too badly. Saw him lift quite recently down in Southampton. He squatted 255 that day, opening with 245 today.
Ooh, it's quick.
Easy.
It's quick.
Eric Vermeulen now for the same weight, 245.
Now, although Eric may be opening up light on the squats, he does have a huge deadlift, and so it'll be interesting to see where he puts it here today, because he may be one of those lifters battling it out for one of those podium spots.
I only have one competition result for him on Open IPF, but that does give him a 320 squat. No, I would not like to judge depth from the front there. But I can understand why the centre referee gave that red. He's that style of squat as well. Sometimes you see lifters with long femurs sit back and sit into the squat, and then their body's going down between the legs, but the hips aren't actually sinking. So it looks like they're getting greater depth, but they're not actually dipping below.
For those lifters, it does get quite difficult when it comes to squatting.
Here's Marvellous James. Has the best name in all of powerlifting.
Not opening up too far from his previous personal best of 255 kilos. Again, another lifter that competed in November. And it looks good.
Wow, that looked very easy,
Well,
250.
I definitely expect to see over 255 today from Marvellous. And now, another lifter who last year at Nationals we saw involved in a huge deadlift battle between 5 different 105 lifters.
It just went round and round, didn't it?
It really did.
Batted the deadlift record back and forth.
Now Sanchez, I believe, will be battling out for that, I believe, second place position against CJ, who you saw behind him just then. But to be seen. Now 260 was his personal previous best, I believe.
Yeah, you're right. He's.
Well,
That didn't look like a PB,
it's
did
not
it?
his previous best anymore, that's for sure. 2 to 1. Now with that, Sanchez really must have come along quite a bit since his last competition. It'll be very interesting to see where he manages to finish today. Next up, CJ opening up with his previous personal best of 260 as well.
Oh, he's brought the noisiest support crew with him.
Now, I know personally that CJ could go around 280 today. So
wow.
I'm very interested to see what he can put up, because this battle between him and Sanchez, and possibly even Eric, in my opinion, could be amazing. Now, we can't forget some others in the flight either. And it's great. He smiles, he knows it's good.
Darren Wilmot is out next for 260.
Darren out now with 260 kilos on the bar.
Now, I have some results for Darren Wilmot out at Desert Barbell. I'm not certain that's the same lifter. I don't know if you know.
The one that I found was 260 kilos as a previous personal best.
Okay. Well, I don't think it'll be his personal best for long. That was a lovely squat.
Seemingly his last competition being at White Lights Media back in January. White Lights Media that was held back in September. Sorry, not September, back in Southampton in January.
Yeah. Orlando Grant favourite now for 265.
Now Orlando, also known as Yando, is going to have a lot of support in this room, I'm sure. And there it is. I'm not sure if you guys can hear it, but
I think they can.
The crowd is ready. Now Yando's best that I've seen him squat in training is around 290. So I'm looking interesting.
Wow.
And it flies.
He absolutely smoked that.
It's a beautiful opener. Now, Owen Leggett out, followed by Ben Pape, both of whom just so happen to be partners in coaching partners in EST.
That makes the rivalry even more intense, doesn't it?
I cannot wait. 270 kilos on the bar for Owen, moving up from the 93s, with this being his first competition in the 105s.
Now, I have 272.5 as his best, but when someone moves up in body weight like that and moves up a class, it's always exciting to see what they can do.
I've definitely seen him squat big in training. And it's lovely. White lights for Owen, he'll be happy with that. A solid opener there.
Standard of lifting in this class is phenomenal.
Really is great. And now the last man out for the flight, my coach, Benjamin Pape. Just a slight misload there.
Just making sure we've got the right weight on the bar. You don't want any mistakes with 307.5.
Ben patiently waiting to take his attempt. 307 kilos on the bar.
He's an experienced lifter, this won't throw him.
325 being his personal best at Euros. Dinosaur headband in full effect.
Let's go, Ben! Come on, Ben! Come on, Ben!
And it's rapid.
Easy.
Probably the fastest opener that we've seen.
And that sets the scene for the 105s. Wow. I would not like to say where he will top out today.
Ben possibly our British champion today. Who knows?
So that was the score sheet from this morning, which is complete. So hopefully we can just scroll up a bit to the 105s. Well, we're going through to the second round of squats anyway. We're back at the top and we've got Jourdain Jones for 242.5.
Now this squat would equal his previous personal best, and with his opener moving so well, I can only assume that this should be decent.
Doesn't give us much to talk about when everyone comes out and does a perfect squat, but it's to the benefit of the lifter to have no drama.
And it's easy.
Next out, it's Peter Evans for 250. Already into PB territory.
250 kilos, Peter Evans.
Approached from the right side this time, gave himself more time to set up.
Another very tall lifter.
It is not an advantage in this sport at all. You have to move the bar that much further than everyone else.
But he manages to move it well.
He does, but not quite far enough.
2-1. I'm sure he will retake that when you do miss a lift. Obviously, it is always in the sport the advised thing to do. So simply retake and re-enter the same attempt, just
That
to make
is
sure it's
true.
solid.
We did see a couple of people miss and then go up in the women's this morning. It paid off at both times, but it is a risky strategy. Tom Parker next, 257.5.
And just to confirm, Peter has put in a reattempt of the 250 kilos he just missed.
I think that is the smart move. Unless you're fighting at the front and you're trying to stay in touch, I think, as you say, that is the smart move.
Definitely.
Here's Tom. No, he's gone off again. What's up?
I believe the bar was not loaded yet. It is now loaded.
57.5 kilos of Tom Parker. Mark and Sanchez get ready.
I wonder if maybe we see Tom finish on 270 today.
He's certainly handling the weight very well.
Good lift for Tom. I'm going to put in a prediction. I think it'll be 270. I think it'll be 270.
Keep an eye on that going in. First we have Mark Shaw for 260.
It is 270 on for
Yeah,
Tom.
you called it. I have to say that looks like an ambitious attempt to me, but you got it spot on. Jesus.
He's fine, I think.
Now I think everyone's okay.
Rolled off his back, I think. Is everyone all right?
I believe the bar did just roll off his back.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
Slight mishap there.
So we're looking. I mean, there's no way the spotters can catch something going west that quick.
He did just stand up a bit too tall, and it slipped out the hands.
That's a shame. So he loses his second attempt.
Hopefully the spotters and loaders were all okay.
Yeah, it didn't catch anyone on the way down. We just have a little bit of a hiatus now while we strip the bar and get it back onto the rack.
Obviously, huge commendations to our spotters and loaders. We really appreciate everything they do, especially with this being a volunteer-run sport.
Absolutely, and that's a dangerous situation where a big weight, those 260 kilos, was suddenly moving at speed towards the floor. Glad no one got caught in the way.
But the spotting and loading crew moving like an F1 pit stop today. Bars already unloaded and back onto the rack. Here comes the reloads.
So next out is Sanchez Dillon for 262.5. This will be a small PB. Oh, Sanchez only went up 2.5.
Possibly another.
Maybe. I don't remember his squat being...
His squat was very, very fast from what I remember. So that does look like it may just be a mishap. Possibly a missed chance of entering the next attempt.
That's a real shame because it's hard then to get your game plan back on track.
It's very true.
I have seen people just, when this has happened, they've just skipped that attempt, taken their normal attempt in the back and come out for what they were going to do anyway.
Ooh. It did come up a bit lopsided, I don't know.
Yeah, he was off to one side, wasn't he?
Sorry, that is no lift. No lift for Sanchez.
So he got 2 reds for depth and 1 blue for soft lockout, I guess, because there's no downward movement. So it'll be interesting to see whether he does go up then, because we weren't sure why he'd only take the 2.5 kilo increase.
It's very true.
Here's Eric Vermeulen, the same weight, 262.5.
Now again, for Eric, this would be a 22 kilo personal best on his last
Wow.
meet. So,
I'd quite like 20 kilos on my squat.
like I said, if he gets this, Eric is well and truly in the race for podium. And he's slow, but it did look a little bit high. Let's see what the refs say.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we'll see that better from the side. Yeah, it was quite a bit high. It's going to be Marvellous James out next for 265. Opal 250, so he's taken a chunky jump, 15 kilo jump.
Really is quite the jump because his previous personal best at 255 kilos puts him well over that. And it was fast. 2-1.
On the board.
Next up, we have 272.5 kilos on the bar for CJ.
Bar is loaded. 272.5 kilos. CJ Lindsay.
Now CJ, obviously being one of the lifters battling out for podium, with this 272.5 attempt, he will be putting himself into a good position. Sanchez, who did just miss his last attempt on depth, has actually put in a 270 attempt. So to be seen what happens.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure.
And it's a good lift, look,
Yeah,
seemingly.
strong.
And the refs agree. I would expect 277 kilos for his third attempt. I guess we'll wait and see. But next up, Owen Leggett with 280 kilos for his second attempt.
Got up 10 from his opener. This will be more than he's actually done on the platform before, but as you say, he's gone up in weight class. And he's only a little way into class, and 96.2
With
weighed in today.
only 3 kilos over the class, I mean, that's still quite a big increase in strength so far. I mean, that is impressive to see.
It is, and he's got a long way to grow into the class.
No one eyes up the bar. Walks it back confidently. And it looks exactly the same as his last attempt.
Absolutely did.
3 white lights. Where's he going to go today? 87, 90?
Well, you're a tiny bit out with CJ. He's gone to 280.
Oh,
But it remains to be seen whether he was right or you're right. Might have been just a little too heavy. We will see soon enough. Here's Darren Wilmot for 280.
that's a big jump from his first attempt.
It is. 20 kilos is chunky for anyone.
This is 20 kilos over his previous personal best as well. He pushes through it.
Now that was very deep. That was much deeper than his opener.
It's a good lift.
Oh, really? He got a red for depth? It felt like he sat on the floor.
Really did.
Nevertheless, 2-2-1. It was a good lift. And we have Orlando. You say he's Yando?
Yando.
Grant favourite for 282.5.
Well, I do believe if this moves as well as his first attempt looked like this would move, we could be seeing 290 plus from Yando. He moves it very well.
He moved it quickly. And he moved it far enough as well. 3 white lights.
It's a beautiful squat.
So efficient. I just thought there's no way he could have moved that far enough. But yeah, he did.
Now Ben Pape out with 327.5 kilos on the bar, 2.5 kilos over his previous personal best.
And he stepped up to that for his second attempt. I mean, where is he expecting to be for his third?
Could go very, very far today. We'll have to wait and see, but I'm excited. Allowing the bar to settle on his back. He moves it well. And it's 3 white lights for Ben.
Fantastic. So we're already into PB territory for him. And he had to put some work in to move that through. But on the replay, it looked like he barely had to put any effort in at all.
3:35 possibly from Ben, who knows?
We will keep an eye on that attempt going in. We are up to the top again with the third round of squats. And Peter Evans is going to retake 250 that he missed on his second.
I don't quite remember. Was this a miss on depth?
I was trying to remember. I think it was depth. Or was it? Did he get blue cards? Do you know, there's been so many phenomenal squats go past, I can't quite remember.
And he moves it well. 3 white lights this time. Holds his chest. He's glad he's got it.
On the board, and it is a 5 kilo personal best. Next out is Jordan Jones for 255.
It's a 12.5 kilo jump on his second attempt. Now it moved well on his seconds.
It did, but this will be a 12.5 kilo PB, so that's quite ambitious.
It really is. Hopefully Jordan can get it. That rack is a little bit high for
I think
him.
it is, yeah. I like to see a nice positive pop out of the rack.
Ooh, did just tip forward a little bit on that. Good catch by our spotters and loaders.
I think it was, yeah. They were straight in there as soon as he started to dip.
Just a slight tip.
You're right, he tipped forward. So this is Mark's show. He dropped it off his back last time. He didn't get the opportunity to attempt to squat it. $260 kilos going on the bar.
Now this may not be what Mark intended to finish the day with when he showed up today, but making the smart decision, retaking the attempt, and obviously we didn't get to see the last one because it did slip out of his hands, but hopefully he's able to put this on the board.
It may not be the weight he plans to do today, but to not have injured himself in that was, I think, was a win all round. It's too easy to twist your shoulder as that goes off your back.
Slight stop in the middle, but did it go down?
Now, I don't think it did, but the referees do think so. Now, if it was me, I would go to the jury for that, because it did stall. I wouldn't have said it dipped, though. Of course, the referees, they get a split second. They don't get the replay that we get.
It's very true, not quite VAR. Some would say a good thing.
We're not seeing any movement from the jury, so that is a no lift for Mark. I know he'll be disappointed with that. He's certainly strong enough.
And now we've got Sanchez up, 270 kilos on the bar. Now this will put him up nicely in the rankings for this podium battle. However, the second attempt he did miss on depth, so we'll have to wait and see. And he moves it far better. And it's 2-1, good lift. Got some kilos on the board.
And I think that'll be a crucial lift from the end game. I think that was a very valuable 10 kilos going on there.
It really was.
Marvellous James out next for the same weight, 270. We have this weight for the next two lifters as well. I just had a quick sneak peek, and Ben Papers put 335 on for his third.
In fairness, that's exactly what I thought might go in. Marvellous out. Solid with the 270. And he grinds through it. It looks good to me. What do the rest think?
It looks good to them too.
That is a whole 15 kilo PB for Marvellous. I'm sure he'll be happy going on with that.
Tom Parker now for the same weight again, 270.
Strong with it.
Very upright squat, very quad dominant.
And he gets it.
On the board.
Family cheers from the crowd. Eric having gone up on his third attempt squat from the 262.5 kilos that he missed on depth to 270.
Now I think he's feeling like he's in the fight for the podium. He's currently forecasted fourth, so he's going to need these kilos. This will move him up a lot closer to CJ.
It's just whether or not he will be able to dunk this deep enough.
Having the confidence in your own strength to just take it that extra inch of depth.
And he's dropped it. He's fighting. How has he managed that?
That was so impressive. I thought, mate, you've gone too far there.
And Eric is more than back in the battle. He has 310 in it as his current first deadlift attempt, but I know that he can deadlift quite a bit more than that.
340
so
maybe?
350, 360
350.
possibly.
Wow.
It's going to be a great day of deadlifts today, that's for sure.
Well, that's great. That puts another lifter into the fight at the front. And honestly, the grit and determination to go that deep and then stand up with that squat was very impressive.
So the Sanchez CJ Eric battle continues. CJ now with 280 out. If he gets this, it will put him just that little bit closer to that position he wants.
He's going to have to be looking over his shoulder at Eric there. He's really going to need these kilos.
Let's go, CJ! Let's go, CJ!
And it's a great squat.
He stood it up.
2 to 1, he gets
He's won
it.
a good lift.
And that puts CJ only 2.5 kilos under Sanchez in the forecasted total. Now, obviously, forecasted total is based on the first attempt that you've got entered for your current lifts. However, with the increase of strength that Sanchez has had, it may be the case that the deadlift has also moved quite a bit, but it's very much going to be a wait and see.
Owen Leggett out next for 287.5.
Now, he squatted 285 in training. His 280 looked amazing. Let's see what he can do. He wants this.
This will put 15 kilos on his comp best.
Slight tilt of the bar there, but he's got it solid now. Oh, just too much for him today.
That's a shame. He could not have had more support from the crowd.
He thanks the spotters.
So 290 on the bar for Darren Wilmot. I know we don't give out single lift medals in British powerlifting, but I've been giving out notional ones. So this will give him a notional squat bronze. In fact, this will give him the notional squat silver if he gets it.
This is a whole 30 kilos over his previous personal best, which is just
30
frankly amazing.
kilos, wow.
Seeing as he only did that in January, it's pretty amazing. I believe he did fail a 265 in January, but this is still well over that. Oh, just too much.
Not quite there.
Well, regardless, he walks away with a 20 kilo PB today, and you can't be mad at that.
2 more squats left today.
Yando and Ben to close the flight. 292 kilos on the bar for Yando.
So it looks like I'm handing out my notional squat medal. There's quite a few. There's 3 lifters got 280, and the lightest one by far was Owen. So Owen can have the squat bronze there. So here's
Support in the
Yando.
room. Huge support for Yando here. Wedges into the bar. Steps it back confidently. And it's his lift.
Again, it looks high from the front to me. Oh, this time it looked high to the refs too. That's a real shame. He was so strong under the bar.
Now 335 kilos for Ben Pape. A whole 10 kilo personal best on just a few months ago.
So if we look at the projected totals, he's a long way up the road. So I think he's free here. As long as he can get a lift in on every lift, I think he's free to run his own race.
We may be calling Ben the British champion by the end of today, but won't give him the satisfaction just yet.
Here we go, last squat of the day. It's Ben Pape with 335.
He walks out smiling. He is a man that does not get hyped in his training, so if you watch him, it is really controlled aggression, slamming into that bar. It's a lovely squat.
You know what? 340 would have gone there.
It's beautiful. A huge personal best for Ben.
Absolutely fantastic. We get another view of that on the replay. And
Amazing attempt.
strength was there. I think there was definitely more in the tank
There
there.
really was. There really was. Now, he wasn't actually that far away from the actual British record, so maybe we see him taking that at some point
I
soon.
think we will, because his squat's going up. That looked really strong. I mean, it's easy to say after the event, I wish I'd done a little more, but that was a great attempt.
That's very
And
true.
I think we'll see more from him in the near future.
Very true.
We're going to take a 10-minute break now. Join us back here for bench.
To be honest, I could have gone heavier, but we are here for 9 for 9. So we said, you know what, it is what it is. Let's get 9 for 9, and I'm happy with it.
Taking a few lessons now, I can see a big day for you today.
We still got 6 lifts to left, so
That's what we love
hopefully it
to
will be
hear.
a good day.
That's what we love to hear. Hopefully it will be. Well, I mean, bench up next. We're going to see you do great, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, with bench again, you know, I'm not a big bencher, so, but I will try to get as much as I can on this bench.
Body feeling good today?
Very, very good. And, you know, the prep went really well, and the body feel great. So, yeah, so I'm just going to leave all on the platform, see what I got.
Well, that's what we love to hear.
Yeah, it's about time, isn't it?
I mean, with that, I think we'll end the interview.
Thank you.
But, no, thank you.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, you are next. I'm going to be waiting for the juniors. Thanks, mate.
We are already underway in the bench press. This is the 83 kilo class with a few 105 sprinkled in. We have Gurney Gruel on the platform right now for 132.5. Took him a while to get the start command there because he won't get the start command till all the referees are happy with his setup. But he got the command with like 6 seconds to go. Now, are you worried about anyone's elbows?
Well, with the new bench depth rule that's been implemented recently, it will be interesting to see if anyone here does have any issues. Now, no one immediately comes to mind.
No, I was thinking no one in the 105s or the 83s really flags up as being an issue.
I guess it will be. We'll have to wait and see. The rule is that the elbow joint must go below. Elbow joint must go below the middle of the shoulder
I
joint.
think it just meets it. It must be parallel with the middle of the shoulder joint. But it's a hard one to assess visually. And we're still working this rule in. This is Tobias Rogers for 135.
Now, he was held for quite a while at the top of that bench there.
So what happened?
It did just stick right at the top.
Yeah, he just didn't get it all the way up, did he? No, I think the referee had a word with the spotter about taking it a little early. I don't think that he would have made that lift anyway. But it's not the spotter's job to decide, really, until the bar starts to drop and the lifter's in peril. Okay, so here's Joe Crilly for 135.
This be okay.
Look nice and easy.
And it's a good lift. Next up, we have Luke Wilson with 155 kilos on the bar.
Now, as you said, his bench is a little bit down from Hamza. He had the bigger squat. Hamza, well, has a bigger bench opener. So I think they're going to level out as we hit subtotal. We had exactly this morning with Tasmin and Annie. Annie squatted 11 kilos more, Tasmin benched 11 kilos more, and then it was a straight run to deadlift.
Right down to the last lift.
So here's Luke for 155.
Now there's some long start commands today. Luke gets 3 white lights for his first attempt. But we'll see how far he pushes it from here.
You think they're on the chest a long time? I don't think that was too bad.
Not the press command, more the start, the hold at the top before the actual start commands. Maybe it's just me.
I think a couple of people have been asked to straighten their arms.
That is true.
Here's Sunil Chattel for 160.
It's a nice quick lift.
3 white lights and a good lift for Sunil.
3 white lights for Sunil.
Next weight on the bar remains at 160 for Cameron Gray. Isaac
Cameron Gray for the same weight. Cameron is in the 105s. So we're just having a little bit of a housekeeping here, just to make sure the talc comes off the platform and it's not too slippy.
And lifters do normally use talc when it comes to the deadlift to allow the bar to slide up their legs easier. And so it's probably just some residual from the girls this morning. And Cameron out with 160.
That was fast.
3 white lights and a good lift for Cameron. 160 remains on the bar for Isaac. Carl and Jury get ready. Bar is loaded.
Here's Isaac Leatherland, also in the 105s. He's opening his bench with 160. No, I think you're right. He was definitely held at the top for a long time, but he didn't have his butt down. And I think sometimes there's been a trend over the last 5 years or so to take the bar when you're not in position. So it just leaves you holding it for that much longer until the referees are satisfied with your start position.
It is true. I know I normally tend to brace when my bums come down. Now we have Carl Bennett with 162.5 kilos on the bar.
Oh, of course. I was just looking what the bench record was in this class. Of course, it's Owen Hubbard. He is here today, but he's not on the platform. I believe he's committing to the 93s anyway.
He is. And that is a good lift for Carl, I believe. Yeah, 3 white lights. Did sink that into his chest. The first sinking bencher I've seen so far. Normally, a lot of people tend to just about graze their chest. You do see sinking quite often in the heavier weight classes, but it's a bit more unusual to see it in the lighter ones.
It is. You get it here and there. Bobby Butters sinks a bit.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't actually realise that.
Yeah.
And now Duran's out with 165 kilos. No, bench is not his lift, but I'm sure he's going to be doing work to make sure that that's up today.
Well, you can't be absolutely world class at every single lift, can you?
Previous personal best of 175. I would expect him to go a bit over that today.
I think he went up a little bit from that at the Euros. I think he did 177.
That is true. You corrected me. And it's an easy
strong.
lift. My mistake, the 175 was actually what I was thinking about from his training day of 175 kilos.
But he's on the board with that, and we have Lewis Kay for the same weight at 165. I know he's saying it's not his lift, but he's up there mixing it with the 105s.
He is. Looks solid from Lewis. And it was. Up next we have Hamza Bam with 167.5 kilos on the bar for his opening attempt. Now Hamza with this attempt will be forecasted at, I believe, 5 kilos over Luke Wilson. And so the battle for second is starting to heat up here, because obviously that's with Luke's second attempt taken into account. So possibly Hamza just edging him here.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a case of who is getting all their lifts in today.
Hamza does seem to have quite a low deadlift opener in comparison to what I know he can do, so possibly bigger jumps on deadlifts than Luke. But for now, the bench.
Not super fast, but very controlled.
3 white lights and a good lift for Hamza. 175 on the bar for Josh. Last lift in round 2, 4 meters in.
So there's been a lot of talk about Best Lifter Awards. What do you think is going to, what's it going to take to win it today, do you think?
Well, I mean, Best Lifter, I do believe will be a battle between Christian Durans and Tony Cliff, of course. And where Durans lifts today and Christian lifted yesterday, Tony really will have his pick of the numbers when it comes to edging out for that Best Lifter with his final deads.
Here's Josh Roberts for 175. Biggest opener in this flight.
And possibly the easiest. It moved very well. Yeah, back to the Best Lifter conversation. I'd probably say if Durans is able to put up around 820 kilos today, maybe a little bit less, he's going to be looking very good for that position. However, Tony Cliff could tomorrow be looking at around possibly even 980. And
he has been looking strong, Raw. He did lift equipped 2 weeks ago.
An easy 940-ish.
In fact, he lifted in the equipped, but he did lift raw.
Up now, we have Tobias again with 135. A retake after the first attempt miss. Now, it did stick right at the top of the last attempt. Maybe it was something technical, just a slight issue, but we'll see. Hopefully he manages to get this one. And he did.
Makes you wonder what happened the first time out.
Definitely must have been a technique issue.
So those are the standings as we have them at the minute. As we move through the second round of bench, this is Gurney Gruel. £137.5 on the bar, £300.
Moved it well.
Yeah, that looks super easy.
Now, his previous personal best is 145 kilos, so I wonder if he's just feeling a little bit worse off today. I mean, he could always jump 7.5 for the last attempt, but I suppose we'll wait and see.
You don't always get all your best on the day of the comp, do you? It's really hard to line everything up so you bring your strength to a point on the day.
It's true. 3 lifts are never always moving at the same time. Now we have Joe out for his second attempt, 142.5 kilos.
Oh, that's such a shame.
He's still battling through it, but
It's
it definitely was a dip.
in a way, it would have been better to say to the spotters, take it off me and not waste his energy. But it's hard to know how obvious that was to the referees.
From the platform, he may have thought he got away with it, but from the look on his face after he got off, I
You do
do
sometimes.
think he knew.
Internally, it feels different. I did a deadlift one competition and thought, you know, I might have got away with that. I put the bar down, I turned around, I had all 3 colour lights behind me.
You just have to shout and make them think you got it. It's big secrets. Fake it till you make it. Luke Wilson out now with 160 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. And he gets it.
Yeah, there was some effort to put in through the sticking point, though. I'm not sure how much more he's going to be able to get there. Ah, maybe. He just seemed to push it upwards rather than back there. Maybe that was a slight line error.
Potentially just a technique issue. I guess we'll wait and see what he loads up for the thirds. I would think the smart call would be to go 162 or 165. Hamza out now with 170 kilos for his second attempt. With 172 being his previous personal best, I mean, he has only gone up 2.5 from his first attempt. So maybe not feeling super strong here, but...
It wasn't quick, was it? It
No.
didn't move very fast.
And he fights it. Now it's been taken by the spotters.
Sorry, that is no leg, no leg.
He's weighed in at 82.5. Does he have a difficult cut into class?
I'm not too sure, actually. I don't really know if Hamza sits too heavy in the class. I don't believe he has a particularly difficult cut.
Just looking for reasons why his
Yeah,
bench might be a
yeah.
little bit off today. But here's Sunil Chappell for 170. He's got up 10 kilos from his opener. Look decent.
He did. That's a good 170 for Sunil.
170 remains on bar for Cameron Gray. Juries and Carl, get ready.
Now 170 kilos on the bar for Cameron.
Loaded. 170 kilos for Cameron Gray.
Very long arms on Cameron. He's moved the bar. Slightly close grip as well.
Yeah, it wasn't. I think that's what gave it that little bit of a wobble halfway up, because it's difficult to keep your line straight on a close grip. Do you find that watching the replay back, you're making comments about how it looked the first time out, and then you watch the replay and it looks totally different?
Completely true. I guess different angles sometimes. Now Duran's out with 172.5 kilos on the bar. If he can make this look good, possibly 180 for him today.
When we get past bench, I'll have a look to see what he's going to have to deadlift to get past Christian. But I think, to be honest, he's not far off already with his opening deadlift. And that's a nice bench. He's got more there.
Bench. I mean, 783, I would expect his dots are around mid 108s. Not dots, sorry, GL points are around mid 108s.
Yeah, Christian was 108.98, so that's the one to beat right now.
Right, well, I would expect that 788, which is what he'll get off his third attempt, will surely put him there. But for now, we have Carl Bennett out with 172.5 kilos on the bar. Ooh, he battles it. He's grinding through.
And it's a tough one, isn't it? Once you've got maximum elbow flare like that, it's a really hard lift to grind out.
He did manage to lock it, and he's got the 3 white lights, so it is a good lift.
Oh, he slipped. That's probably why it was so hard.
I would expect he still does come out for that third and goes up, because if it is just a foot slip, I mean, there's no reason why not.
Isaac Leatherland for the same weight. I think that dipped. I don't know what you think.
Like it. Yeah, the refs agree.
No lift, 175 on bar now for Lewis Kane, Josh Roberts and Gurney Gould to get ready.
Lewis K up next with 175 kilos on the bar.
Bar is loaded, 175 kilos for Lewis Kane.
And it looks good to me. Yep.
Yeah, he's been putting some solid lifts in all day.
Josh Roberts, second attempt of 182.5 kilos.
Just a short way north of 400 pounds. Good second attempt for him. And we are back to the top in the first flight with 140 on the bar for Gurney Gruel.
After this, they go straight to the big flight. Bar is loaded, 9 attempts to change openers, 9 attempts to change openers for the big flight. Bar is loaded at 140 kilos for Gurney Gruel.
I know the second attempt was a little bit difficult, but I'm sure he can make this one look a bit more comfortable. Hopefully Gurney's able to put this on the board and get a few more kilos for the total.
25 seconds.
Oh, look at that.
And it was way more solid than the second attempt. And the referees
Way
agree.
more.
3 white lights.
Last rep is the best rep.
Bar is loaded, 140 kilos to Tobias Rogers.
Same weight for Tobias Rogers. Look good.
3 white lights and a good lift at 140 for Tobias, 142.5 now for Joe Crilly, Luke and Hamza.
And next up, we have Joe Crilly with 142.5 kilos on the bar, retaking his second attempt that he missed. I don't quite remember what he missed the second attempt on. When it comes to bench, I feel like more often than not it is just purely strength rather than other things.
Yeah, you do see a lot of technical fails on bench, but I don't feel like we've had them today. I
No,
think people
no.
have either made the lift or failed it.
It's true. It seems Joe is not actually coming out for this attempt.
Okay. Well, this gives us a good opportunity to thank our sponsors, Eleiko, who have sponsored this competition, and SBD, who sponsored British Powerlifting. We also have White Lights Media, who put on this fantastic live stream here today, Unified Strength Methods, and Union Jacked. If you're here on site, better get yourself some gear, get yourself some competition t-shirt, and thank our sponsors. Without them, we could not put on these events. So if you're wondering why we timed that out, if a lifter does put an attempt in, we have to run the clock for 60 seconds. But a lifter who isn't going to come out for it will often leave their attempt in just as a courtesy to the other lifters, so their recovery time isn't reduced.
Bar is loaded for Luke Wilson, 162.5 kilos on the bar.
He's only gone up 2.5.
Now, his second attempt was a bit difficult, and this would be just under his previous personal best, but definitely, based on the second, probably the smarter decision.
So at subtotal right now, before this lift, he is 10 kilos ahead of Hamza. I think Hamza really left the door open, missing his second bench there.
It's true. However, Hamza definitely does have the bigger deadlift. And he gets it.
Oh, that
I'd
was
say
a perfectly judged
Yeah.
third attempt. Not one more gram would have gone.
3 white lights. And now Hamza up next, retaking that 170, and this would put him on forecasted total, if he gets this lift, 5 kilos over Luke, with Luke's deadlift opener being 260 and Hamza's deadlift opener being 275. However, Luke's previous personal best dead is 275, whereas Hamza's is just over 300. So
Right. Still, I think he's going to want. Oh, this is only 2.5 kilos, isn't it? So if he really has got a massive deadlift, he can probably pull back more on the deadlift than on bench.
and he's fighting it. Oh, just too much today.
Not quite. So it's subtotal then. Luke Wilson has the 12.5 kilo advantage over Hamza Bam to carry into deadlifts, but that will, we do see the deadlifters jump ahead after subtotal. Cameron Gray out next, 172.5 on the bar.
And he gets it.
Nice, yeah.
And that's a lovely 10 kilo personal best for Cameron. He's having a good day today.
Definitely is. 6 for 6 right now.
Some lovely personal bests along with it.
Next two lifters looking for 175. Carl Bennett first. Two lifters select the same weights. The lower lot number goes first. Lot numbers are allocated randomly at weigh-in. But if two lifters lift the same weight, the lighter body weight takes the advantage. Unless it's a record, and then it's the first person to do it. No lift there for Isaac Ledland with 175. Oh, excuse me, I jumped ahead one there. That was Carl Barnett missing 175. Here's Isaac. So that's interesting. He missed 172.5 and still went up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He must be confident.
Well, it didn't pay off this time.
Unfortunately, that is just a little bit too much.
I think he did leave kilos behind there, unfortunately.
It's true. One of those situations where it may have been the better decision to just keep it at the previous weight that he missed. Next up, we have Durins with 177.5 kilos on the bar. I believe this would equal his previous personal best at Europeans of 177. And this lift will put him on a forecasted total with his opening deadlift of 788 kilos.
And that will beat Christian on GL points. Of course, we don't know. He might change his deadlift opener yet.
788 kilos, only recently being the British record that Jones set at the previous nationals.
It's up at, is it 800 now?
It is, from Euros. Jones, of course, again.
Of course.
And it's good. And the referees agree.
Here's a man having a great day.
Now his training was looking a bit stronger for bench, but 177 is 177 kilos on the bar, and it's 6 out of 6 lifts. So
It's a difficult lift bench though, isn't it? It's hard to squeeze every kilo out. It can let you down on the day. Here's Louis Kay for the same weight.
he's moved it well. Probably the perfect attempt selection there.
Interesting, he got a yellow card from the side referee. If we get a replay for that, maybe we can see what that was for. Yellow card referee covers a bunch of things, but we didn't get the replay. It's the commentator's curse. As soon as you say, let's look at the replay, it doesn't work. Nonetheless, it was a good lift, 2-1, and we have Sunil Chattel now for 180.
For a 2.5 kilo personal best on his All England's performance last year.
Oh, maybe a 10 kilo jump to his third was a bit ambitious.
Possibly. With bench, I feel like with the men, quite often you do tend to see benches in the mid to heavyweight classes of around 10 kilo jumps on the first attempt and a bit smaller, maybe 5 to 7 on the second attempt.
Yeah, a 10 kilo
into
jump
the
there
third.
to his third was just a step too far, I think. This is the last bench of this flight. 190 for Josh Roberts.
This would be a 5 kilo personal best for Josh, so hopefully he's able to put this on the board.
Oh, that looked so fast off the chest and it just hit a ball. Wouldn't go any further. That's a real shame. Leaves him with the best bench of 182.5.
And now on to the next flight, 105s. Owen Leggett out now with 130 kilos on the bar. I do know he has been dealing with a few aches and pains, a few niggles, and so this is a bit down from what you would normally expect of Owen. However, it may just be a safe opener anyway. Yeah.
That looked fairly safe. Ah, interesting. He got a red white from the front. Now, I'm just looking around to make sure the jury aren't moving, and I don't think they are, which is good.
Sure
But the
that may have
red,
been for.
that's for elbows.
Of elbow depth. Interesting.
Yeah, the red card failure used to be, well, still is, for failing to touch the chest or
'Cause
touching the
that's-
belt.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
And now it's also elbows. So here's Tom Parker for 152.5. That's decent, not super easy.
I'm not too sure, but I think that that red light for Owen would probably be the first elbow depth call we've seen today for the boys.
For the boys, for sure. We had quite a few for the girls.
I do feel like it is a rule that probably impacts the girls a bit more than it does the boys, where a lot of the time women are able to get that higher arch going. So
I think it is more seen in the smaller female weight classes. You do get the odd one like Mehdi Sawi in the 83s with his massive 220 bench. He can get a bench in now, but he's down to about 170.
big impact for a lot of the big benchers.
Yeah.
Next up, Peter Evans with 157 kilos on the bar. With how tall he is, I'm sure he's got a long way for this to travel. Yeah, looks like I'm probably right.
Yeah, plenty of range of motion there.
Bar's the same distance from his chest as the floor is.
Next out, Marvellous James for 160. So I just remind everyone in the second flight is in the 105 kilo class. We had just a handful of 105s mixed in with the 83s in the first flight.
Now Peter is opening up with a personal, well, with his previous personal best. So 160 is his old best in July of last year. To be seen if he's put quite a few kilos on that. And it looks like he has.
It does. That was a great opener.
My mistake, actually. 167 is his previous personal best.
Oh, okay.
I was listening
That
at the
makes a
wrong
little
name.
bit more sense.
I was looking at the wrong name.
Yando Grant Favourite out next for 165. The next four lifters all taking the same opening weight.
Yando, we've seen his bench take a bit of a hit with recent injuries, but let's see how this goes. Oh, it's looking good.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Well, the most he's benched recently in training, from my knowledge, is 172.5 kilos. However, I do know he benched 182.5 kilos at some point,
Wow.
I believe last year. In training, I'm sure, again, though.
Mark Xiao next. I asked him in the break. He said Xiao.
Lovely.
His coach said something different, but I'm believing him. This is 165.
Now, this is definitely a personal best because Mark's previous personal best was 157. So let's see how well this moves.
Yeah, and he only got that in January with the White Lights comp.
Well, he's not dropping this bar.
No, I thought for a second that it was going to go over the top. I thought he was moving so quickly. I thought he was going to lose control of it at the top.
Surprised himself. Darren with 165 kilos as an opener. Previous personal best being 157.5. I'm not quite sure what's going on today. Then again, Darren did also hit a huge squat personal best, so...
He did.
Three white lights, it's a good lift.
So here's Eric Vermeulen. He's challenging for third place at this point. His projected total is 745, so he's about 20 kilos behind CJ.
Now, Eric's nomination was extremely low for what he's realistically going to be able to put up today, because in his last comp he benched 147.5 kilos. Quite a bit of strength gain made since then, with 165 here as his opener.
Newbie games, eh?
Probably longer way for the bar to travel than I believe it was Peter. I'm not too sure.
A little bit sticky, I thought, on the way up.
Yeah.
But maybe that's just how his bench always looks. 'Cause he's relatively narrow, given how long his arms are.
I can't even tell if he's narrow, if it's just how long the arms are.
Here's Jordan Jones for his opener of 167.5.
Another lifter who's definitely going to have a bit of a way to make this bar move.
Some tall boys in the 105s. Now that looked to me like he just dropped it on his own chest, but he pressed it easily enough.
2 to 1. That is a
2 to 1.
I wonder if that was because the blue was because it bounced on his chest.
I'm thinking the same.
That's an odd interpretation, though.
Must just be the way he benches, in fairness, because I'm sure that isn't the. I don't even know what I wanted to say there.
Yeah, that bounce on the chest, though, it's a difficult thing because you're not going to get the start command and the press command until the bar's stable on your chest. But the only way I can interpret the blue card from the side ref was they didn't
movement.
like. Yeah. So here's Sanchez for 170.
Straighten his elbows there. Right.
Slow for an opener, though.
It's true. I was going to say I'll be interested to see what he puts in as his second attempt, with his previous personal best being 180 kilos. Maybe 175?
I wouldn't like to say it. It did look a bit sticky to me, so
true,
maybe
that's
175 would be a good choice.
Ben Pape up next with 182.5 kilos on the bar. I got it wrong, it's the panda headband, not the dinosaur one. Only 7.5 kilos under his personal best of 190 kilos. And
Oh,
it's
that's
tough for an
tough.
opener.
Yeah.
Possibly just a technique error.
It just
Not
looked
quite
heavy.
sure there, it did. Now CJ out with 197.5 kilos on the bar. I
This
mean,
is massive.
I have seen CJ bench very large in training. He's got some big goals with the bench, but we'll see how this goes. See how he's able to move all of this. Big support for CJ in the room. Everyone knows he's got that big bench. The British record being, I believe, around 220 kilos.
Yeah, it's 220, Aaron Hull.
220.
He's certainly got a fair bit more left there.
Maybe we see the push for the 220 today. I know he wants it.
Well, I think his second will tell the tale.
It's very true. Back up to the start of the flight again.
Owen Leggett has added 20 kilos to his opener, but it flew, didn't it? It was so easy.
It did. Definitely given a bit more of a jump to it now that he knows he's got that first one in safe. Oh, it seems Owen will not be coming out for this attempt. Obviously, the chest niggles are just a little bit of a safer option to not take this next attempt.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm going to have a quick look at GL points then.
The best lifter conversation.
Yeah. So, we don't know what Tony's going to weigh in at. That's an issue to start with. He does cut into 120s, not massively, not a huge amount, but he does cut a little bit. So I don't think he'll be too far off 120 kilos body weight. So I think he's looking at about 9:45 to get past at the moment.
Okay.
Needed 9:43. Was it? Have I made that up?
I believe it was 9:43 at the Equip Nationals. Obviously done raw. However, all of his attempts at that looked extremely easy. I do think he is looking to put about 35 kilos onto that total.
So he did 9:43 to Northwest Comp, 9:45 at the British Equipped. So that would put him pretty much level with Jurins right now. Obviously, Jurins hasn't done all his deadlifts.
Yep.
And Tony at the British Equipped, he took a second squat of 340, which looked pretty comfortable, and then didn't come out for his third. So we think he's got a fair bit more left in the tank there. But here's Tom Parker having a bit of a nightmare with 160.
Just has come back down. I'm not quite sure what happened there, if that was just a strength issue, but I guess we'll see on the replay if there was anything with his lower body. Maybe not.
He jinxed the replay.
Yeah, I do think we'll see what Jurins puts up on his deadlift today. In training, 332 was what he posted up recently. Whether he repeats that, we'll wait and see, but that would be very impressive for the GL. Out now.
Well, he's currently posted 300 for his deadlift opener. We'll see where that goes. Peter Evans on the platform just now with 165. Just too much. Yeah. The body tries to recruit every muscle it can find, and that's when the bum comes up.
With the bench press, you do need to keep both your head, your bum on the bench, and your feet planted firmly on the floor.
The rules say head, shoulders and butt, but if you can get your shoulders off the bench while you're doing a bench press, you're doing pretty well. Marvellous James, 170 kilos for his second attempt.
This would be a 2.5 kilo personal best for Marvellous.
Now, since CJ has posted 207, I think that leaves him a little way short of going for the record for his third.
I would expect 215 for the third, if that 207 is good. It's a slow descent, but a very quick, quick descent.
He keeps it really, really tight. The danger is there, you're bleeding power all the time you've got that bar in your hand.
True, almost a tempo bench with that.
170 kilos, Eric Bermuda.
Eric out now with 170 kilos on the bar. Now, his previous attempt did wobble a tiny bit, but he's given some instructions to the handout. We'll just see if that affects how this one moves, possibly better.
He gave himself an extra long press command there. He
He
just
did.
waited a little bit after the command.
3 white lights, and it's a good lift.
Made life a little bit hard for himself, but he got it nonetheless. Great pop off the chest there.
It's true. The extra kilos are not going to hurt the total at all. Yando up next with 172.5 kilos on the bar. And he's having a great bench day.
Solid, yeah.
The bench is back for Yando. Might we see 180?
Bar is loaded. 172.5 kilos for Jordan Jones.
Jordan Jones, 172.5.
Just too much.
He had a lot of flair, a lot of elbow flair very early on there.
Did.
Gets another attempt at that.
Sanchez up next, with 175 kilos on the bar. If both Sanchez and CJ get their attempts, this will put Sanchez 2.5 kilos ahead of CJ on forecasted total, obviously after the deadlift openers. I believe both may have around 20 kilos on their deadlifts though, so on the deadlift openers though.
Well, if it goes all the way, it's the more entertainment for us. Oh,
It's shaking.
did it dip?
Did
I
look
think
like it dipped
might
to me.
have. Yeah.
Yep.
It's a real shame. It's a moral victory, but a technical fail. Gets it to the top, but not in the method required by the rules.
Now this little battle between CJ and Sanchez, obviously Eric is in there too, but just looking at these benches, that miss will impact Sanchez quite a bit if CJ does get this second attempt. Sanchez will need that third to really try and keep just edging CJ in that total, because if it does come down to it, although Sanchez may have made big gains on the deadlift, we don't know, we'll have to wait and see.
Mark Seo now for 175.
He's being asked to re-rack by the referee. It seems he had the thumb loop of his right wrist wrap on his thumb still, which is not allowed by the rules. I'm not 100% sure if that's what it was, but...
She was definitely pointing at his hand, so it was either that or he was outside the maximum grip.
Oh, the re-rack may have messed him up a little bit there.
I think so as well, because he was very rushed when he took the bar again, and it's hard to set your bench up in 3 seconds.
Yeah. In fairness, I can't imagine it was the ring if he's got only one hand, but who knows, who knows.
$175 looking like a bit of a bogey weight, so hopefully Darren Wilmot can do it a bit better with it.
Break the curse. Well, obviously, Darren's previous attempt being a personal best, this 175 will be a whole 12.5 kilo personal best again. Even more, 17.5 kilo personal best. Too much though.
No, 175, definitely a bogey weight.
Well, no more 175 kilos here. 187.5 kilos on the bar for Ben Pape. The last attempt did look a little bit shaky, a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I think going up 5 was the right call there.
Yeah. With Ben's previous personal best being 190, I wonder if we're looking to repeat that today. Big squat gains, but boss man, coach man is not bringing it in the bench division.
Not
Just too
quite
much.
there, yeah. Well, you know what? It's not going to impact him too much. He's well out in front after that huge squat.
Just a little bit. 70 kilos roughly ahead of the pack. I do think that opening deadlift will give him the win today.
Yeah, I think so. We were looking forward to the battle with him and Mo, but Mo has been called on to higher things.
Fortunately, unfortunately, who knows? But I mean, fortunately for Mo.
I think it negatively impacts this competition, but I think it positively impacts Sheffield.
Definitely, what a showman he is. But now anyway, CJ's got 207 on the bar, so.
And I know you said he's got a big bench, he wants the record, but it's a hard thing to pull off when you're also fighting for position in competition.
It really is. Playing it smart and sensible, always the better option. And he does it. Three white lights.
No, he didn't wait for the lights, but it's a good lift.
I do think we see 215 in there for him.
I think he's walking away with the imaginary bench gold. We do give out single lift medals at World Championships and Euros, not at the British at the moment.
Now Owen has Owen has put the weight up 10 kilos, but he didn't come out for a second attempt, so probably just to make the spot run loaders' lives easier, with the next opening bench being around 160 kilos, so a bit of a courtesy entry.
Sure. It's a big flight though, and it's raw, so it's not too bad. I mean, equipped squat, if someone drops their squat and you haven't got one leg wrapped, then you're in trouble. Raw bench, it's not too bad. Throw a couple of wrist wraps on and you're good.
Just to give us a bit of an update, CJ has entered 212.5 kilos for his third attempt. Sanchez is reattempting 175 kilos, with Eric putting in 172.5 kilos. And so, in order, we would have CJ with 782.5 kilos forecasted at opener. We would have, I believe, Sanchez with 775 kilos projected at opener, and Eric at 752.5 kilos projected. However, I believe Eric will have the biggest jump to be made on deadlift, with Sanchez and CJ both to have around 20-ish, possibly a bit more kilos for Sanchez. But yeah, all to be seen. All to be seen.
So it's a difficult game now for Sanchez because he's not only trying to make up ground to the man ahead, he's trying to stay ahead of the man behind as
Very
well.
true.
Here's Tom Parker retaking 160 for his final bench.
And it looks like he's going to do it. He locks it out.
See those lights? Still waiting for the left side referee. There it is.
And he's got it.
Right side to add a bit of suspension. Make bench a little bit more exciting.
That was a great third bench. I didn't honestly think he was going to be able to finish that off. Sometimes you're glad to be proved wrong.
It is true.
Peter Evans now retaking 165.
No, I'm pretty sure the last fail was a strength issue.
It did look like it.
As I believe probably most of, or if not all of the fails in this flight have been so far.
We had that one with a dip, but otherwise, yeah, I
It's true,
think so.
it's true.
No, a little bit too much.
Unfortunately.
This is my best bench of 157 and a half.
Next up, Jordan Jones retaking the previous failed attempt of 172.5 kilos. Another long traveling bench. It's going.
Wow, what a fight.
Looks like it's about to come. Yeah. Just too much. It was going so far, but
It's a risky strategy though, isn't it? It comes down so fast, almost like he's dumped it on his chest, and I think it's really hard to get the tightness required to get that back to the top.
you really do lose all tension, all tightness when you do drop it onto your chest like that, which is why, like we said before, a lot of lifters do tend to simply soft touch on their chests.
But that's hard as well, isn't it? Because you've got the weight of the bar in your arms all the
very
time
true.
waiting for the press command.
Very true.
I don't think there's any easy tricks on bench. Never been my favourite lift.
Not many people. Eric now with 172.5 kilos. And he locks it out.
He does. I'm not sure if there's some butt lift there.
Oh, only one red light. That's 2-to-1 good lift.
Yeah.
And he adds a few more vital kilos to the total.
Now he got a blue from the centre, which was interesting. I don't think the bar did jounce about a little bit. I don't think it dipped. So here we start in with the flight of 175s again. Hopefully it goes better this time than it did last time. No, that looked good from here.
It did. 2 to 1. It's a good lift.
Now he got a red and a blue from the centre referee. So red being for the elbows, blue maybe lockout.
Possibly a bit of a shift when he dumped it onto his chest. I'm not too
Maybe.
sure. Marvelous with 175 kilos on the bar.
That was a great third bench.
It's a marvelous 7.5 kilo personal best.
That's definitely popular with the crowd. Just a few more benches left for the day.
Now a reattempt of 175 kilos for Mark.
No, that's just a little bit too much, I think. Same situation for Darren Wilmot now. Missed 175 on his second. Going to have another go at it for his third.
Bar is loaded for Darren.
Nope, went absolutely nowhere.
Yando with 177.5 kilos on the bar now. Based on his second attempt, I do believe that's probably the perfect selection, really.
I think so. His second looks strong.
Nevertheless, this should be a comp personal best for Yando. That was a very quick press command. He got it.
Yeah, very nice. Oh, now did he jump the
3 to
press
1.
command? Because he's got yellow cards. Yeah, I just heard the MC say he
So he's
did
jumped
jump the press command. Which is a shame, really, because that was a good lift.
It's true.
Sometimes you're panicking if you think you're not sure if you can do it, and you just go anyway.
Ben Pape out again, retaking 187.5 kilos.
He's a glutton for punishment, isn't he? I mean, realistically, he doesn't need this, unless he's got some specific goal on total that he's
Yeah.
looking for.
Well, Ben will be looking to hit the international standard total set by Henry Tosh, which for this class is 875 kilos. So
Yeah, he's going to need everything he can get, then, isn't he? I think he's certainly within range, but he's not going to want to give away any kilos if he can.
and he puts it up.
I don't think he's got it.
would only need 352 kilos on his final attempt deadlift to take that international total, which for Ben should definitely go, seeing as his personal best is 360 in competition. But next up, CJ with 212.5 kilos to close the flight.
Final bench of the day, and it is a whopper. Good selection as well, I think, based on his second.
Definitely. I know CJ can bench this weight. He's just got to put it on the platform. This is where it counts. Great lifter to watch. Only his second competition in British powerlifting.
That's unbelievable.
CJ! Come on!
And he does it.
Perfect. Perfect
Big.
attempt selection there.
Yes, sir.
So where does that leave us?
And it leaves us with a very, very interesting flight of deadlifts coming up for the 105s, because
It absolutely does, because Ben Pave's a long way up the road, as you've mentioned. But we have projected totals now of 782.5 for CJ, 775 for Sanchez.
and 752 for Eric. But realistically, I think Eric could put about 40 to 50 kilos on that open of 310, which would place him around 800 kilos, with Sanchez, previous personal best being around 350, would place him around 800 kilos. And CJ's personal best in training of 310, around 800 kilos. So it's going to be a
It is.
very
It's going to be tight, but we love it when it comes down to the last deadlift. I mean, we know we've got a winner, but we have all the other steps on the podium to sort out, and it's going to be an exciting one.
Love a deadlift battle.
Join us back in 10 minutes for deadlifts. We are back. The bar has hit the floor and the party is about to start. We have the 83 kilo class with a few 105s sprinkled in for good measure. This is Sunil Chahal. That is not what his name was on the live stream earlier today, but presumably we've got his name right now. That's Sunil Chahal for 200 kilo deadlift. I think he was down as Chapel earlier.
Yeah, no, you are right, he definitely was.
We've had a few mishaps on the spelling of names today.
Lewis up next with 240 kilos for his deadlift opener.
So my first question is, has Durins changed his... No, he's still got 300 lined up. That's great.
Yep.
Well, that was 240 for Lewis K. Made easy work of it.
250 on the bar now for Tobias Rogers. Josh and Gurney get ready.
So everything starts to move really quickly now when we get to deadlifts. It's people don't have such a long setup on deadlift. Well, some sumo pullers do, but generally people just come out and pick the bar up. So the competition picks up pace. Tobias Rogers for 250. Good lift for him.
Josh Roberts out now for the same weight. Probably no relation.
So on projected now, we have Luke Wilson, Hamza Bam, both projected to get 697.5, with Cameron Gray only 5 kilos behind.
Now, I do believe Luke will probably try to chase whatever Hamza puts on the bar, but Cameron at 105.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, of course.
But yeah, it does seem to be the case that Luke will likely load up whatever Hamza is loading up, trying to match essentially in distance. But here we have Josh Roberts on the bar with, on the platform with 250 kilos on the bar. Not Josh on the bar. And there it is. Lovely opener.
Very nice. 3 white lights and a good lift for Josh. 257.5 on the bar now for Gurney Gruel.
Gurney Gruel now for 257.5. He's had a decent day so far. Let's hope that carries through into deadlifts. Nice and easy there.
And it's 2-1, good lift.
So the centre referee did not like the lockout, gave it a red light. So red card on deadlift is either for soft knees or shoulders not back or hips not through. I didn't really see it myself.
Next up, Isaac Netherland with 260 kilos on the bar.
Yeah, we've got the same result again, but to be honest, I agreed with this. I don't think his shoulders were back. If we watch this back again,
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was a bit soft.
Interesting. We are going to need to see people beginning to pull that back just a little bit more to make sure it's showed up for the refs. Luke Wilson out now with 262.5 kilos on the bar. Like we said, this is currently a battle between both. Luke Wilson does have the lower body weight on Hamza. However, he's going to have to match the distance that Hamza's making on his pulls to stay in the conversation for that second place.
He's also coming out first, so he's not going to really know what to put on the bar.
That's very true.
But that was easy.
Very quick.
3 white lights and a good lift. Blue, 270
Well, Hamza's previous personal best is 302.5 kilos. If we continue to match the distance that we have currently, that would mean that Luke would have to pull about 290 kilos. However, Luke's previous personal best is around 275, so it may be a bit difficult for him to match that.
So here's Cameron Gray, as you quite rightly pointed out, in the 105s. He's opening his deadlift with 270.
And where Cameron's had a great day of PBs so far, his personal best previously is only 280 kilos. So with that opener, I would not be surprised at all to see him finishing off the day with PBs in SB and SB and D.
Yeah. And I think that automatically gives you a PB in T as well, right? So we're expecting this to be fast, right?
I'm sure it will be. Hamza out with 275 kilos loaded on the bar, supporting the crowd. This is the battle for seconds. And it's quick. And obviously with dropouts from Kunz and also Ade, this flight has changed quite dramatically in terms of...
Yeah, I was sad not to see Ade here,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
he wasn't on form. I saw him lift in Southampton in January,
Yeah, I
and
guess
he wasn't on form at all that day.
injuries are leading to a lot
Yeah.
of dropouts, but I mean at the end of the day you have to turn up to make the lifts.
Carl Bennett for 280. That was a tough opener. He
really
looked a
was.
little awkward off to the side as well.
It looks like it shifted slightly almost.
So maybe he got his grip yeah, I think he got his grip off, you know, because he carefully placed his left hand and then grabbed with his right, and I think that's why he was a little bit
Windmilling
off centre.
slightly
Yeah.
almost. 280 was also his previous personal best, so potentially maybe just a little bit heavy as well. But now, Joe Crilly out with 280 kilos on the bar as well. Sumo puller this time.
And it's always difficult when you've got a flight full of a variety of sumo and conventional, because they're swapping talc and chalk on the bar.
It's very true. Where
That was quick.
It's a very quick lift. Where sumo pullers have talc on their quads and have their legs a bit further out, they tend to be talking up the position where the hands would normally go.
Yeah, exactly.
Next up, we have Durans with 300 kilos for the opener. He's smiling.
He's having a good day, isn't he? This is what the sport's about. He's a man at the top of his game, having a fantastic day.
Straight vibing, love to see it. where Jones is ahead right now. I wonder what he's going to push this deadlift to.
Bars loaded. 300 kilos, Jory Scaniano.
Come on then, Jerins, what have you got?
With this opener surely putting him solidly as British champion for the second year in a row.
See him hit down that bar.
He eyes it up, stalking the bar.
First saw him lift in Calgary 2018. I remember that gesture from there.
And it's easy. It's quick.
Very nice indeed.
And surely you're British champion.
Absolutely. There's no way anyone's going to get close to him. I think his nearest rival is, what, 70 kilos behind?
Likely, yes. Yep.
So I think this jury's sorted out now for the gold medal. We just have the rest of the positions to fix.
And Jones has just entered 320 kilos as his second deadlift attempt. I really do believe we could be seeing 330 to potentially 332, 335 for his final attempt.
I'm going to go back to my GL points calculator.
The second deadlift would put him at 808 kilos. But now Suno back out again with 220 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. And it looks good. Yeah, so if Durant manages to get this 320, like I said, that will put him at 808 kilos, which is actually about 5 kilos over the winning total at Worlds this year. So with the Sheffield taking place next week Saturday, Delaney Wallace being the current contender in the 83 class at the world on the world stage, it's very interesting that Durant is putting this up. It really is making a statement, and we'll have to wait and see what Delaney can do next week.
Delaney's making a lot of noise about the lifts he's going to put up. Looking forward to seeing it.
Lewis K out now with 255 kilos loaded on the bar for his second attempt.
Now, I'm just keeping an eye on what Tony's going to have to do to beat Durins. And, oh no, his grip was going.
Tough, just lost it right at the top of that lift.
Once your grip starts to go, I don't know if you've ever had any problems with your grip, but I've once dropped a deadlift in competition, and once your grip starts to go, the body just stops producing force.
No, it is true.
So if he can keep hold of that, get his grip settled a little bit better at the bottom, he's got every chance of pulling that
Always got the third attempt.
So here's Josh Roberts for 262.5. Well, he sets up for this. I'm just going to let Tony Cliff at home know that he currently needs 965, or a very light weigh-in.
Is that 965 before or after Jones' second deadlift?
After Durins, if Durins gets his second. That's with Durins at 808.
Looks good from Josh. Was it pulled back enough?
Oh, it wasn't. No. So you think his shoulders were a bit forward?
I do think that may have been the issue. Yeah. Slightly soft on the lockout. Just needs to shore that back a little bit.
The angle we were looking at, he got white lights from. So I think on the other side, I mean, when you've got a mixed grip, one shoulder does come forward.
Yeah. Tobias Rogers out now with 265 kilos on the bar. This would equal his previous personal best. And he does it.
Yeah, that was a nice looking second.
Definitely looking to go over today.
So Jurins was 15 kilos behind Delaney Wallace at Worlds, but that was with a 787.5 kilo total.
He's really made some gains since then.
He really has, because we are already at 788, just on first deads. But here's Gurney Gruel for 272.5. Not super easy, but I think he didn't get it. No. Lockout again.
Wow.
The shoulders were not locked out. All the referees agree.
Does seem to be a common issue here.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of our deadlift jack. That's what makes things a little bit interesting. Is it repairable?
Oh, we just snapped the deadlift jack in two.
I believe we're probably going to have to get another one out of the warm-up room.
That's how much weight is on this bar.
And there it is. Second deadlift jack. Too many kilos on the bar.
Yeah, we've given it too much stress over the course of the week, I think.
Not made of steel.
Jack needs a deload.
Isaac Leatherland now for 272.5, taking a decent jump, 12.5 kilos from his opener.
It's a good lift. And with that, he equals his previous personal best.
275 on the bar now for Luke Wilson, Carl and Cameron get ready.
Luke Wilson out now with 275 kilos on the bar.
Now we're really getting up to the pointy end of the competition.
Now this 275 kilos will really dictate where this is going to go, because this would equal Luke's previous personal best. Now if Luke is able to move this well, I see no reason why he couldn't go just that little bit extra to push Hamza for something he cannot do.
But Hamza's put in a massive 295.
He has.
So Luke needs this, obviously. He's in second place, but he needs a bit of extra distance. Because
And he makes it move well.
he does.
He really does.
But if Hamza makes his second, he will go past anyway.
Now with Hamza having 295 kilos in as his second, that may be a bit heavy. It's only 7.5 kilos off of his previous personal best, but as we've just seen, the previous personal best doesn't necessarily mean very much.
No, it can be really misleading.
287.5 kilos on the bar now for Carl Barnett. Now his first attempt was quite difficult. We did see it windmill slightly, and as Joe said, it may have just been hand placement, but to be seen with this attempt, this would be a 7.5 kilo personal best.
I think maybe
He's
just too heavy.
grinding. He's grinding through it. Oh,
He's not
he's
gonna
got
get
the
that, I
down
don't
command
think.
early. No. Unfortunately, that was just too much.
I think he didn't have his grip was level this time, but just a bit too heavy.
290 on the bar now for Cameron Gray.
So Cameron Gray in the 105s with 290 kilos on the bar. This would put him at 712.5 kilos for his total. Cameron having a really good day. This would be 10 kilos over his previous personal best in November of 280.
Bar's ready. 290 kilos for Cameron Gray.
The first attempt looked good. Let's see if he can move this as well as all of his other attempts have been. Oh, slight misloads of the bar. He'll just redo that. Hopefully that doesn't throw Cameron off.
You know, there's nothing harder than stopping a lifter that's coming out for a deadlift.
It really is true.
You have to literally tackle them before they'll, you know, you're so focused on the bar when you walk out.
It's a good thing they caught it early though. And he's back out again. And he gets it. And it's 3 white lights. Another PB for Cameron. PBs across the board today. And he still has one more lift.
Now, I think this is an important pull for Hamza coming up. It will move him into second place. Oh, it won't. Oh, excuse me, the forecast places on the lifting cast, that includes Luke's third. So this will move him ahead with one lift still to go.
Now Hamza wants to make this look solid, or else it may give away what he could put on for his third to Luke's handler. Huge support in the room for Hamza. And it looks good.
It does. He's got a bit left in the tank there
He
too.
could have another 10 kilos on that.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he doesn't need it.
300 kilos on the bar now for Joe Crilly, followed by
Joe Crilly next for 300.
Bars loaded.
Just setting his feet, making sure he's got his setup correct.
Very nice.
3 white lights and a good lift. All right, now we're loading the bar for 320 kilos to James Peñano. That in itself is pretty awesome.
So here we go, the last deadlift of the second round.
320 kilos on the bar for
And
Durans.
he breaks the British total record, doesn't he, with this?
Yes, he does, by a whole 8 kilos, breaking his own record of 800 set at the recent European Championships. Now this is only 2.5 kilos off of Durans' previous personal best, but based off the way his training's been flying, I'm sure he's going to make this move.
His training's been great, but also his day has been good.
It has,
I feel like he's got momentum.
The first time I've seen him with all 3 squats, and it's doing him well. The crowd is up. Everyone's ready to see what Durans is going to do. Come on, Durans.
We're down to monitors, everyone's on their feet. We can't see through to the platform. Everybody wants to see this.
And he moves it so well. Load the bar.
Wow. That was superb.
340. Do it, Durans. Waiting eagerly to see what he's loading in. But before we find out, 240 kilos on the bar for the final lifts.
332.5 has gone in.
820.5 would be the finishing total. And that is huge. That is massive as a total for Durans. Really puts the world on notice. person with 240 kilos loaded on the bar. And it's a good third attempt.
Yeah, that was strong.
Definitely left some kilos on there, but he can be happy with that. His day is finished. Now Lewis K retaking 255 kilos that he missed on his second attempt.
So I've just had a quick play around with the GL points calculator. Tony, if Jerry's gets his final deadlift, you are going to need to be loading up a 977.5 kilo total. Or you're going to have to weigh in very light, one or the two. This is Lewis K retaking 255. Oh, so close.
Oh, it finished the same as the last attempt. That's unfortunate. But he thanks the crowds.
Couldn't quite push his hips through. That's my sticking point too. I feel your pain.
It is interesting to see where these jail points could go because, yet again, at another championship, Tony will be lifting after Durans and able to load what he needs. I know it does seem like Tony really would have the strength to be able to put up that 977.
It's a big ask.
It is, but if anyone can do it.
Yeah, he's not been beaten at this competition before. Not for a long time anyway.
Duran's giving him a big battle for this. But here we have Josh Roberts going up from his second attempt to 270. I believe it was just a lockout issue for the last one. So hopefully he manages to shore this one up a tiny bit more and get this third attempt.
It looks better.
All the refs agree. They do. And a 2.5 kilo personal best for Josh.
Just giving the bar a clean between each attempt.
Or the chalk in the knurling does make it a bit more susceptible to lifters missing on grip when they are getting to this end section of the deadlifts.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive, but if you pack enough chalk into that knurling, it's no longer any knurling. Here's Gurney Gruel, missed 272.5 for his second, coming out for another attempt at it. It's a tough one, isn't it? Right at the end of a long day. It's hard to conserve your energy and have enough left.
Now we got Tobias Rogers with 275 kilos loaded on the bar for his final attempt. And it looks good.
I wondered for a minute if he was going to go over backwards there.
And And he loves it. He's happy. And that was a 10 kilo personal best for Tobias.
Five kilo increase from his second.
And would also be a 5 kilo personal best if he gets it.
Oh, how did he keep that moving?
Oh, he's just fallen with it a bit too early.
So close.
Now Luke Wilson with 287.5 kilos loaded for the third attempt. This would put him at 722.5 kilos, which is actually 5 kilos over what Hamza currently has with his second attempt deadlift. Now Hamza has 305 loaded for his third attempt, and I have no doubt that he could get that, but if Luke gets this, all Hamza will have to do is drop it back to 300 in order, 302 in order to win, because Luke has him on body weight.
So this must just be the absolute maximum Luke feels he can do. There's very little strategy you can do at this stage. You've just got to pull the weight.
Well, Hamza is the stronger puller. Luke is just going to have to put up something that he thinks Hamza won't be able to do, or the highest he thinks he can do.
And he's got it.
And Luke was windmilling very slightly, but it's 3 white lights. He's happy with that. That's a big personal best for Luke. A whole 12.5 kilos, that's great.
We are really getting to the sharp end now. This is Carl Barnett to retake 287.5.
Now, where Carl's first attempt was difficult and the second attempt was just too heavy, we'll see if he manages to get it on this third attempt. Sometimes you do just get a second wind.
That's a real shame. He hit it a lot harder. He got a lot more speed off the floor.
But the speed came with turbulence. We're getting closer to the end of this flight now. Back up to 300 again for Cameron Gray.
Can he round out a perfect 9 for 9 performance?
This would be a 20 kilo personal best, and he's had a great day so far. Can he top it off with the cherry? 300 kilos.
Followed 300 kilos for Cameron Gray. Nice round number. Why would you want that? Go on, Cameron! Flip it up now. Let's see 300.
And he locks it out.
Oh, is his leg locked?
The
referees say it
think
was.
so, and it's a perfect day for Cameron. PBs all around.
If you're getting PBs on each lift and you've gone 9 for 9, you have had a great day.
Huge day. Huge day for Cameron. Well done. So next up, as I mentioned before, Hamza has dropped his third attempt to 302.5 kilos to just push 2.5 kilos over Luke's total. He cannot match Luke's total as Hamza is actually heavier on body weight, and so he will need to go 2.5 kilos over. But 295 was easy. 302.5 matches his previous personal best. I don't see why not. The room is up, the hype is on, and he steps up to the bar.
For the silver medal.
He nods.
Fantastic.
He knows he has it. And
That's
Hamza gets it 2-1.
Brilliant performance.
So that puts us with Duran's gold medal overall, Luke Wilson the bronze, and Hamza with that pull putting himself into silver.
You know what? Paul Marsh just came and gave me a tap on the shoulder and waved his phone at me. Durins has already overtaken Mo as the biggest GL points in the male rankings in the UK.
That is great. Mo obviously with the opportunity to outdo that next week with the knowledge of what it is. Does he go for the GL? To be seen.
Always easier when you know what the target is, isn't it?
Very true. Joe here with 310 kilos to close out his attempts for the day. Just lost balance at the top there.
1 kilo less would have gone. That was a really brave attempt.
And now, the man many people are here for, waiting for.
He's already gone to the top of the UK rankings on GL points. He's already broken British records on squat and total.
Dare I say it, current Mr. British powerlifting.
Well, for at least a week. As you say, Mo gets a shot at it next Saturday.
Potentially for a day. Tony watching at home.
Tony has got a mountain to climb.
Now, Jones is out. Everyone's on their feet. I can't even see the platform.
There is a sea of people with phones in the air.
332, a huge personal best for Durins. The signature stalk. He sets his feet. He's ready for it. Silence in the room.
This is already the best performance he's ever put up.
He locks it out.
Absolutely superb.
332.5 kilos for an 820.5 kilo total. That is amazing.
What a superb,
insane,
brilliant performance that exceeds the European record total by some distance.
Well, the world is watching now. Everyone's on notice. The 83 class just got a little bit more interesting.
That's absolutely superb. He's 20 kilos off Russell. He's world record now, and he looks like he's not stopping anytime soon.
The battle of the 83s heats up.
Tony, you have got your work cut out to beat this tomorrow. I know you've not been beaten before, but there's a time for everyone, mate. And I've just had a message from Tony that he should have gone 340. I think it would have gone.
Owen out now.
So we're straight into the final flight. This is the 105s and Owen Leggett with 225.
Not quite a personal best, but he's here to have the day he's had, and I mean,
that looks to me like a man that's not coming out again.
No, he'll definitely be putting in a few nice attempts for the spotters and loaders.
I think at this point, though, it's a big group. I think we could be okay without him doing that. At any rate, here's Tom Parker for 265.
And it moves.
Really quick.
Darren Wilmot up next with 275 kilos on the bar.
Nice and easy there for Darren. Jordan Jones now for 280. I think we lost all chance we ever had of seeing the platform when everyone rushed to the front to watch Durins, and they haven't left.
Disappeared behind a sea of heads now. And he moves well. No talc on his legs though.
Some lifters don't drag it up their legs, so I mean for me, even the empty bar, if it's a hot warm-up room, even the empty bar catches on my skin, but it looked like that bar didn't even touch his legs till it got to the top.
I definitely feel your pain there.
Do you see the recent discussion about not allowing talc anymore?
I
There's
did.
no chance, mate. There's no chance.
I'll have to disagree. I'll have to disagree. Yando out now with 285 kilos on the bar.
Oh,
And it
easy.
moves fast.
Easy.
He's at 310 in training. We'll see where he goes today. And up next, the first of the battle for second place on podium, CJ with 290 kilos. Now, I've seen CJ pull 310, and so I definitely believe that that's around where his top end will be, which will put him at 802.5 kilos for the total. To be seen what the others put up, but will he make this fly?
We'll soon see.
And it goes.
Is he typically a little bit slow at lockout?
He is, to be fair. Slightly sticky at the top, but that is generally how he seems to lift. I know he is just going to have to shore up that lockout a bit more just to make sure that when it gets to those final attempts, he's not getting called on that soft shoulders.
I think it looks good. I think it's typical of that style of conventional deadlift, isn't it? You get it most of the way there, and it's a real effort to get that last bit through.
It's very true. Shorter arm conventional deadlifts, I suppose. Next up, Peter Evans with 290 kilos on the bar for the opener.
I think he's going to need to watch the ramping, yes.
Yeah. Yep.
As soon as the knees slide under the bar, the bar's resting on the legs. There we go, yeah.
Definitely, definitely. Well, it should be an easy fix for the next attempt. Hopefully he can make it. Next up, Marvelous with 295 kilos on the bar. Now, I'm sure this is going to fly, with his previous personal best being 320 kilos. And it did.
Yeah, that was really fast. Mark Xiao now for 3:10. Didn't have the best time. In fact, he's 2 for 6 right now. He's not having the best day.
Hopefully he can get a few more deadlifts on the boards. Previous personal best on deadlift of 325, so. And it's good.
Yeah, he's definitely got more in the tank now.
Now, 310 kilos on the bar for Eric. Another one of those in the battle for second place. Blink and you might miss it, because I have the feeling this is going to fly.
He said when he came off bench that this is his domain now. He's here to deadlift. And it certainly looks like it.
310, he's confident. 335 for the second, maybe, possibly even 340. I don't know what their plan is, but it would not surprise me at all. I've just seen that Mark's actually put 330 in as his second attempt. That's going to be quite interesting to see.
And I wonder if Eric's just put 335 in.
335. Next up, we have Ben
Love a
Pape.
big deadlift.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Ben Pape with 330 kilos on the bar. I'm sure this is going to fly, because there's two storylines running here. I mean, obviously we have the second place battle, but Ben with the battle for the international total, and then who knows?
So Ben needs about another 22.
22.5. And I have no doubt that he'll get it.
And I think he'll get it on his second.
352.5 kilos on his second, maybe. And well,
What would
the
you do?
international total.
I'd be going for it on the
Yeah,
second. I'd be
definitely,
looking to nail it,
and
and then
once he does that,
yeah.
I mean, the British record will be 373, 300 around there. Who knows? But first, 330 kilos on the bar for Sanchez. Flown.
Absolutely superb.
He's good with that. I mean, let's see what comes up next. Just waiting for Sanchez to enter his second attempt deadlift so we can give you a bit of an update on the forecasted totals.
Ben Pape has indeed gone for 352.5 for his second. Just waiting to see what Sanchez is going to put in. We have Owen Leggett's attempt of 275 on the platform right now. We don't think he's coming out for it.
No. Up, and Sanchez's second attempt has gone in at 355 kilos. Now that's very interesting, because that will put Sanchez at a forecasted total of 800 kilos, which puts him into second place, where we have CJ forecasted at 797.5 kilos with his second attempt. And we have,
I think Eric is starting to drop out of contention now.
yeah, Eric with 777.5 kilos. I mean, I guess we'll see
But
how
it's
Eric's
not
second
over till
attempt
it's
moves.
over,
It's
yeah.
very true. He might throw on something huge for that final attempt. But I mean, CJ and Sanchez are currently only 2.5 kilos away from each other. I'm not sure body weight wise. CJ is definitely the lighter lifter, weighing in at 103.2 with Sanchez at 104.2. And so CJ would actually only have to match what Sanchez is putting up. However, I do think CJ will have about 5 more kilos left. So if Sanchez can move 355 quite well, it may be relatively difficult.
I see no reason to think he won't.
It may be relatively difficult for CJ to be able to catch him in that second place position.
So we've timed out Owen Leggett's attempt. And we will have, in fact, I'm not sure who's up next. Peter Evans. Is that right? No, the table skipped ahead, I think. It should be Tom Parker. Table has definitely skipped ahead one.
Right,
There we go, Tom Parker. It's a hard job, Table. If you take your eye off the competition for a second, you lose track of it. You don't know, is that the lifter that's just gone? Did he get it? It's really difficult job. You have to keep your focus every second of the competition.
Yeah, again, boys and girls at home, please do, whenever you get the opportunity, come in, volunteer at comps, regionals, whatever, nationals, where you get the opportunity, do come in and help out. Right, next up, Tom Parker with 282.5 kilos on the bar for his second attempt.
Had a bit of delay there. We took a boomer selfie. I got it wrong. And that is a good lift for Tom Parker. It wasn't super easy though. I'm not really sure how much more he's going to have to give. But here's Peter Evans. He missed his 290. First time out. It was lockout, wasn't it?
It
Soft
was.
lockout.
290 kilos for Peter Evans. This is his second attempt at this weight. Is he out there?
I am not sure if Peter's coming for this.
No, the clock is ticking.
Oh, nope, there he is.
Yeah, it would have
It
been an
did
odd
ramp.
choice.
I believe it ramped on his legs last
Ah,
time.
that's right. Blue cards.
Just a bit of a technique shift to get this one then. And he's done it. He's fixed it.
Much better.
3 white lights. 290 on the boards.
You can slip into these habits between competitions, and it's difficult to correct on the day. But he did a great job there.
Now the bar is loaded for CJ. 305 kilos on the bar. This will give him a 797.5 kilo forecasted total if he gets it. Come on, CJ. And it's good.
It's good, and he's not topped out yet.
That is a good lift for CJ. Mando next for 305, Jordan down to 5. Okay, so what's going on in this match basically is nobody's kept his set pace. Bar is unloaded at 305 kilos.
305 again. This is for Yando, Grant favourite, who had a little bit of a mixed day. He's been strong throughout, missed a couple of lifts.
And that was good. Ooh, wobbled a little at the top.
It did, and the worst thing about that,
Oh, it's 3 red lights.
the worst thing about that is the crowd groaned. The crowd gave him away.
Yep.
There it was. That's a real shame. So interesting to see what he does next. Is he just going to put the 305 back on? It moved so quickly, but it's slow at lockout. So
Jordan Jones with 305 kilos on the bar now for his second attempt. 5 kilo personal best on his previous competition in December. And it looks good. And it is.
here's Darren Wilmot for the same weight. This matches his current best.
That's good. 3 white lights. Now Mark with 330 on his second attempt. Now the 310 did look good, but 330 seems like quite a big jump when his previous personal best is 325.
And when he's not having the best day.
It's true. I mean, it does seem to be the case that on both of his previous lifts, he did jump too much for the second.
Yeah.
So it's just whether or not this can break that curse. Oh, sorry, got ahead of myself there. Marvelous is up next, not Mark. However, the conversation still stands.
Yeah, I think your point is a good one. A man who's only got his openers in so far maybe could have taken a more conservative approach. But here's Marvelous James, 315.
Only 5 kilos off of his previous personal best. It moves
good.
quick. It moves quick.
330 on the bar now for Mark Shell. Eric, Ben and Sanchez, get ready.
Now it's 330 on the bar for Mark. We will see if he manages to break the curse from the other 2 lifts, but it is a heavy attempt. I hope he does.
It's a PB attempt.
Yeah, 330 on the bar, 330. We're not to that stage of the day where nobody's going to learn how to load a bar anymore. Good luck today. The bar is loaded at 330 kilos.
And the bar is loaded for Mark.
Mark Shell. Go on, Mark!
Come on, Mark, let's turn your day around here. I'd love to see this move really quickly. No, I'm not sure.
See those lights?
It is 2-1. He hasn't got it. I assume he'll reattempt that.
Oh, look, his right knee was just not locked.
Yep.
Once someone tells you that, though, you'll go out and you
It
will
is
lock
true.
the hell out of those
It's very
knees next
true.
time.
It's very true.
So here's Eric for that 335.
Now, if he moves this well, it starts to become a bit of a discussion whether he can even push himself into that second place spot, because
It really is a big ask, but
22 kilos on this would give him second if CJ did not hit his third attempt. And it does fly.
right, I'm reassessing everything I just said.
It does fly. CJ currently has seemingly a placeholder deadlift of 320 kilos in for his third attempt. However, with that attempt from Eric, it may just be the smart decision to pull it back, obviously, to about 310 to
I
just
think so.
try and hopefully push Eric a bit too far that he can't catch him.
Because Eric's got another 10, 15, 20 kilos there.
Yeah.
That moved so well.
You know, where Sanchez is going to be loading up after Ben. Well, Ben now with the deadlift that will qualify him for international selection. This will put him at an 875 kilo total and allow him to be taken to Malta. Ben to book his ticket, potentially. And it's good.
It is good.
The total has been hit. What will he put in for the thirds?
Well, he needs 22 kilos for the British record total. I'm not sure that's there. I mean, at that point, he just needs to load up 373.
373 for the British record
Yep.
deadlift. Yeah, I agree. Nothing to lose now.
Yeah, there's absolutely nothing else to do for him except load that up. And if he doesn't, this man probably will.
Sanchez up next with 355 kilos on the bar.
We called it 373 for Ben Pate.
There it is. And it looks a little bit difficult for Sanchez. Not as easy as the last one for sure. 2-1.
Oh, that changes
The
everything.
discussion changes very much.
Yeah.
CJ can definitely pull that back, and he has 310 is CJ's next attempt. With that, CJ would pull into second place, and Sanchez would need to reattempt that. No, Sanchez would actually need to go up from that if CJ gets his next in order to get that second place position.
But Sanchez's his fourth place is in doubt there. If you look at Marvellous James coming up behind him.
It is very true. I didn't even look at that. I mean,
Yeah, you've got Yando and Marvellous are 2.5 kilos behind on projected. So this is not over by any means.
it gets very, very interesting now. I mean, Eric down there with 807 in as a potential 365 kilos loaded for his third attempt.
So here we go, the final round. This is where we crown our champions. Owen Leggett, the ghost of Owen Leggett, is on the platform right now for 275. And we have 40 seconds on the clock there. So this is a good opportunity to say thank you for having me at the British Classic, White Lights Media. Always put on a fantastic live stream. And Nathan, it's been a great session this afternoon. Thank you for joining me. We are not over yet. We have, 10 deadlifts to go? British record attempts.
10 deadlifts to finish the day.
I can't see the clock ticking down, but we must be close to timing out Owen. There we go. We can get on with our competition with Tom Parker. 292.5 going on the bar.
We have Tom Parker coming out for his final attempt of the day.
All the way, Tom.
Fortunately,
Oh, that was a real shame.
Just a
Maybe
bit
just
too
didn't
much.
quite get it right on the start of the pull.
that's 7 for 9 for Tom. Ends on a 712.5 kilo total. I'm seeing a few potential placeholder deadlifts in here. It'll be interesting to see what the changes go to.
Yeah, Eric's
Sanchez.
put in 365.
And Sanchez with 370 on there.
See, I would have thought Sanchez would have gone to something like that for his third anyway, but
Yes,
missing
yes.
his second,
Especially
Maybe.
after missing the second.
maybe that doesn't change anything.
Maybe. But right now, Peter Evans with 300 kilos on the bar. This would equal his previous personal best. Missed the first for hitching. And it looks good.
He stayed patient with it. I think he's got it.
He's confident. And he should be. 3 white lights, and it's a good lift. Next up, CJ.
So where are we going here? Who is in which position? CJ is sitting in second right now, but he's under threat.
This deadlift will give him a total of 802.5 kilos, pulling him into second place for now, with both Eric and Sanchez still to pull. Can he do it? I've seen him pull this. I'm sure he can.
High pressure moment.
He feeds off the hype. Plenty of that in this room today. Come on, CJ. And
There
it
we
looks
go.
good. And there it is. 3 white lights for CJ. He's happy with it. 802, second place currently.
But he's going to have a tense few minutes watching all the lifters come out, trying to knock him off.
I think Eric will probably leave 365 kilos in there, because that will pull him.
I think it'll take him up to...
That would bump him up into second provisionally for now.
But then we have Sanchez potentially going past. I think I'm interested to see how this will play out, whether people actually come out for those numbers. There may be a
waiting to
little
see
bit of
this.
strategy as we
It's
get
true.
through.
But now Darren Wilmot with his final attempt of 310. Just
quite.
too much today. I don't really know. I don't think Eric would be keeping 365 in unnecessarily. He doesn't have any reason to leave it as that right now. He might be waiting to see if maybe Sanchez drops before he takes his attempt. I assume
Yeah,
that would
you're
probably
right.
be.
You're right,
probably
because
be what
he's
he's doing.
coming out first anyway. So I think you're right. He's going to come out for it. I mean, we thought that 20 kilos might go. This is 30 kilos up from his second.
I did hear someone say in the back that Sanchez would pull into podium position. It seems there's just been a change.
Yeah, but Eric, he's put 362.5 in, but they've typed it in wrong. There we go.
Okay.
So he's just come down 2.5 to 805.
That would just bump him into
Yeah.
second place if he were to get it. Jourdain now
So I
with
think that's a
300
smart move, yeah.
315 kilos on the bar. pulling.
No, he was quite patient with it, but did he edge it up with his leg?
He
No,
didn't.
he
Three
didn't.
white lights. The referees liked it.
And it's only their opinions that matter. Yeah, from that angle you can see he didn't actually nudge it up with his leg. And that was a good lift.
And next up, we have Yanda with 322.5 kilos on the bar. This would give him a total of 777.5 kilos.
This moves him up such a long way. He's on 740 at the minute. He missed 305. He's gone all the way up to 322 and a half.
He's calling for the hype of the crowds. As you can see, people on their feet. Oh! Just missed it on grip. It was moving quick. It was moving very
Thought
quick.
he had it. He thought he
Shakes the
had it.
hands
We
of the
all thought he had
referees.
it. So we have 5 lifts remaining.
First, Marvelous with 327.5 kilos on the bar. And this would be a 7.5 kilo personal best for him. And it would end him a perfect day, really. Full 9 for 9.
Yeah, he's guaranteed 5th place. And in this kind of field, that is a really good placing.
It really is. Looking good.
I'm glad he had hook grip locked in there. I thought his grip was starting to go.
That's beautiful.
That was a really
What
nice
a
third
day.
attempt.
9 for 9. Great day for Marvelous.
That was a perfectly judged third attempt. Absolutely spot on the money.
And now we have Mark coming out again for the 330 kilos that he missed on his second attempt.
Here he comes.
Does he have the power left in him to actually pull this?
I believe he can do it.
The crowd is behind him.
This will make all the difference. I'm not
He locks it.
certain.
And
He
it's 2
got
to
it.
1. He gets it. He's got one.
Fantastic. That makes all the difference between going
Really,
home
really
with just your
does.
openers.
It really does. But now it gets interesting. The final 3 deadlifts of the competition today. First, we have Sanchez pulling 362.5 kilos. This will pull him into second place. He is currently in 4th place. And it will push CJ down into 3rd place if he gets this. However, he did miss his second attempt.
But he pulled it though, didn't he? He pulled the
did, he did,
355.
he did.
yeah. Now, has Eric used up all his changes? Will he be able to change again if he needs to?
That's a good point. He's pulling, and it's better than his second.
I think he's got it.
It does look good. And he pulls himself into second place.
Wow, the power of the deadlifter.
So currently, the way it is, we have CJ in 3rd place. Sanchez in second place, Ben in first place, and Eric has loaded up to bump himself into third.
He's going to knock CJ off the podium, but I think he used up both his changes. I don't think he can put
No.
the extra 2.5 kilos on.
No. It's just whether this 27.5 kilos will allow him, whether he'll be strong enough to pull this extra 27.5 kilos. 362.5. I do believe, I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe this would be a PB on his training.
From his second, I would have given him 355.
It's true.
I wouldn't put this past him.
Oh, I definitely wouldn't. Eric is a huge puller, and I guess we'll see now. Crowd on their feet.
Look at that. And he's only got it.
And Eric pulls himself into third place. It's been a great battle between Eric, CJ, and also Sanchez today, and it's ended with Ben Pape in first place, Eric in third place, and Sanchez in second place, with CJ
Just watching
being
that
bumped
back,
into
that was
fourth.
so on the edge for Eric.
It really was.
don't know if he would have got 2.5 kilos
It
more.
really was. And now,
Here
Ben
we go.
Pape going for 373 kilos for the new British records.
Mo, I hope you're watching this at home. This will give you no choice but to load up 375 next week.
We've barely got any planks left.
373 kilos for a new British record. Doesn't he stops just a couple of kilos shy of the total record as well.
The noise in the room is unmatched. Ben is quiet and calm, cool and collected, sets up for it, places his feet and gets ready to pull.
352 moved so easily. Surely he's got 20 kilos more.
Just too much.
But you know what? It's been a dominant performance. There was nothing left to do but load up that record.
So
He
true.
hasn't put a foot wrong the
It's so
entire
true.
time.
So, to wrap up the day, the 83s, Durans is your British champion. Hamza, second place. And we have Luke Wilson in third. To wrap up the 105s, Ben Pape with 875 in first place, hitting the international standard total. Obviously, Durans smashing well over it. Second place, we had...
It went to Sanchez, didn't it?
It did go to Sanchez. And in third place, we have Eric. Great day, great battle from all of these lifters.
Absolutely superb. We're going to have, we may have some interviews coming up. I'm not entirely sure, but it's a really busy environment here. If we can line up some of those winners, we'll have an interview with them. The medal ceremony is coming up as well, so stick around. We have more content coming for you.
public awaits. Come on, all the lifters, so many lifters. Okay, so everyone is getting their participation medal first of all. We will then present the trophies for the top three. Winners of each class not only get to be British champion, but more importantly, get a almost impossible to find Eleiko baseball cap, which are awesome, by the way. You wear one of those and all the fine ladies will be making a fuss. Or gentlemen, if that's your preference, we don't judge. Okay, no, Chris, you can't have one. Everyone got a participation medal. All right, so 83 kilo class. Taking bronze with 722.5 kilos, Luke Wilson. That's the one, mate, that's the one. Taking silver with 725 kilos, Hamza Bam. And I'm sure somebody won the 83s with 820.5. Oh yeah, Jorins Kengamu, your new British champion, 83 kilo class. And don't forget, the highest GL point for a male lifter ever. Not bad for a little fella. Well done, boys, thank you. And the 105 kilo class, obviously we're all missing Mo Suleiman, but we will see him at Sheffield next week. So in bronze medal position with 805 kilos, it is Eric Vermeulen. taking the silver medal with 807.5 kilos. What a battle this was for third and second place. Sanchez Dillon. And your new 105 kilo British champion with 875 kilos, it is Ben Tate. Well done, guys. Great competition. Nice hat, Ben. That goes really nice with your headband, mate. Well done, gentlemen. Round of applause for the 105 kilo class. Thank you, gents. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause as they leave the platform in whatever fashion they feel is appropriate. The 83s and the 105s. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Richard Parker.
Just one final word, big thank you.
Welcome back to the British Classic presented by Eleiko. We are here at Nottingham Strong and I have with me the man of the moment, Jerins Kengamu. Jerins, you've just put up what must be the performance of your life.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I've never done a 9 for 9, so it's pretty much one of the biggest of my life.
You've looked relaxed and comfortable all day. You got the British record squat. You smashed the British record total. You, with your second pull, you went to the top of the British rankings.
Okay.
And I think Tony Cliff is going to have to put up 977.5 to beat you on jail points.
I'll be on a platform tomorrow, so I will be loading for Tony. So hopefully I don't make a mistake. But yeah, he has to.
He's got a mountain to climb there.
Yeah,
I think realistically, I think it might be yours.
We'll see. It's been 3 times now. I've been beaten about 0.3, 0.5. So yeah.
That's a Tony speciality.
Yeah,
really.
I know, and I hate that man. I love him at the same time.
So, what has changed? What has contributed to you putting up this phenomenal total? What was your total again?
I think it's 820.5.
I think it was 820.5,
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
83 kilo class.
Yeah, I think is food. I
And
started
it's
eating
more
man.
than Delaney put up at Worlds,
Okay. Yeah.
and it's more than the European record. Only 20 kilos off Russell, his total record.
Yeah.
Have we got more to come?
Oh, definitely. So the thing is, like, I start working with Kedrick Kwan like just after the Arnold. So
Right.
my Arnold performance was the last performance that I literally decided I need to start ticking boxes. So I got Kedrick on my team now, and we did the Euros together.
Yep.
And you know what happened at the Euros. And now this. So we just been together for less than, let's say, 6 months. So yeah, we'll prep for Malta. So yeah.
So it's full steam ahead now for Malta.
Oh yeah, nothing's safe.
You think there's even more performance, even a better performance than that to come?
Definitely.
Well,
Today is one of them ones like bench was not there.
Yeah.
We were expecting more on the bench press, but it was not there. But we'll fix
But
that.
you took what was there, and that's the smart
Yeah,
thing.
exactly. So what we're doing now is just making sure we go and assess the performance today. As much as like it went amazing, but we know there's a few things that we need to improve, especially on the platform. And and for Malta, we're going full steam.
I cannot wait to see it. I look forward to seeing you absolutely smash it there.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thanks, Durins.
it. Thank you.
I have with me here Ben Pape, the 105 kilo British champion. That's your first British title, right?
First British title, but
But
Mo's not here.
I know Mo's not here, but you know, you put up a fantastic performance. Just
Yeah.
missed that final deadlift, but 8 for 9,
Yeah, 7 for 9.
7 for 9.
Missed the second bench.
Of course,
Yeah.
of course. No one gets all their benches.
No one gets all the benches.
So your total has come on tremendously, and your squat today was phenomenal.
Yeah.
What have you changed in your training? What's different?
This prep we did no taper,
Ah.
so didn't drop any fatigue for squats at all, just ran a 4-week block that we know on week 4 my squat kind of accelerates about 15 kilos from
Right.
the week before, and that's been consistent for the block since Euros. So just ran that straight through into the meet, and it paid off. It was high risk, because if I was too fatigued, squats would go obviously drop off a cliff.
Yeah.
But week 4, 15 kilos up as per
but you were so far ahead of the pack. You're absolutely dominant all the way through.
Yeah, it was, to be honest, watching the other guys, that fight for second and third place with the 807, 805, 802.
That was so
Phenomenal.
exciting for us.
It was so
absolutely
exciting.
brilliant. It can be a little bit dull if one person's miles out ahead, but your lifting was great, and
Thank
the
you.
battle for the rest of the podium places was just brilliant.
I'd have loved to be a part of that battle. You want to compete,
Yeah, but
don't
you don't want to knock 70 kilos off your total, though, do you?
No, but it would be, like, by next year, these guys are going to be so far up
Yeah.
from that. Like, I have no doubt they'll be in the 850 range.
So your second deadlift was 355?
352, I think?
352?
Yeah.
And that was so fast.
Yeah.
I mean, we sat here in the commentary booth and we said there is nothing left for him to do except put on 373.
Yeah, that was it. That was the plan. It was we'll see how the rest of the day goes. And then if it's there, we'll have a go for it. Because why not? I've hit the A total. It should qualify me for Malta.
Yeah, absolutely.
Depending on what happens for the rest of the week and selection process, stuff like that. But
Yeah,
It's really
sure.
cool.
You've won the British title. You've got your A total.
Yeah.
You're going to Malta.
Fingers
Surely
crossed.
you are.
Hopefully.
So did you, when you came out for that final deadlift, was there an element of it's harder to get motivated for it because you didn't need it as such?
Yeah, the whole day, because I was excited coming into this. Mo's obviously a phenomenal athlete.
Of course.
And chasing Mo was probably the main thing for me. Hitting the A total, but then trying to chase Mo. But coming out kind of when, as you say, slow far ahead of the pack, it was here trying to motivate myself for each lift. It was quite difficult. But kind of the boys I had around me, Hannah as well, just having a go at me to make me actually try.
You certainly tried on your squat. That was a
Yeah.
phenomenal squat.
It was, I love squats, so fun.
And you squatted
335.
335.
There's 10 kilo PR.
That's
from Euros.
absolutely superb.
Yeah.
It's
was
been
good fun.
absolutely, it's been great to watch. It's been loads of fun.
Thank you.
And just missing that one deadlift, honestly, it can't have taken the shine off at all for
No,
you.
not at all. It was a great day.
So, plans for Malta?
Yeah, head out to Malta. Hopefully 900 kilos, I guess, is the next.
Yeah.
It seems an awful long way away, but train as hard as I can, see what happens in the next 12 weeks.
But the way your numbers have been going up, I'm sure it'll be there.
Yeah, fingers crossed. And
Well-
put together a decent bench press.
Well, good luck, and I look forward to seeing you in Malta.
Thank you.
Thank you.